It's a new day at the World Series of Poker main event. The fog has lifted.
Good luck, you'll need it.
The stars are aligning.
Payout 640.
Life-changing money is tantalizingly close. It's 24-9 with one goal in mind. The World Series of Poker main event bracelet. If you get it, you get it. And with that, we welcome you back to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the World Series of Poker main event. It's day 8 coming to you from the Horseshoe inside at the event center alongside Brent Hanks in the booth and Natalie Bodie on the floor. I'm Jeff Lott. We are thrilled to be with you as we showcase the road to this year's final table. That road headlined by Kenny Hallaert. Once again, the chip leader going into day 7 and 8. Leo Margets, last woman standing, still alive. The grinder, Michael Mizrachi, still in the hunt. From 9,735 down to our final 24. And Brent, what a moment this would be if at the end of the day, Leo Margets was at our final table.
Margets had a chance back in 2009, finished in 27th. She surpassed that mark, has her eyes now set on making history and becoming the first woman to final table the main since Barbara Enright in 95.
On the main stage, we have a lot of chips and a lot of big names. Brent, let's start with the grinder, still alive on day 8.
Mizrachi, 12 cashes this year. He won the 50K PPC for a record-breaking 4th time. Flabbergasting summer and a chance to pile the main event on top.
Flabbergasting, nice. How about another blast from the past in Tony Gregg?
Tony Gregg, he was on his way to becoming one of the most elite players on the planet about a decade ago. Towards his peak, put his family first, pivoted away from the game. He's back.
And our chip leader for 2 straight days, Kenny Hallaert. Pretty smooth sailing for him so far.
Smooth sailing. I've never seen anyone make it look so easy this deep in the main. Feels like destiny for Hallaert. But he stated, Jeff, numerous occasions throughout this run, you got to go one hand at a time to bring home the title.
At a time. 10 million awaits one player at the end of the road. A spot at the final table awaits 9 players at the end of the day. A complete look at the leaderboard presented by PokerStars. 3 of the top 4 stacks are on the main stage. Muhamet Perati leads the way on our outer tables. Tony Gregg in 12th, Leo Margets in 15th to kick things off. Tomas Schwartzberg is our shortest stack. Waz is in there at 9.5 million in chips, and the grinder is on page 3 of that leaderboard. 300K, 600K, 600K big blind ante. Here we go, day 8 of the main. Hallaert 2 6s. Guerra opened with the ace-10. And they'll go heads up to our first flop of the day. Flop is king 8-8. 2 diamonds.
Been so impressed with Guerra throughout the course of our coverage. Up and down roller coaster rides. You saw aces get cracked late last night and then was able to recover. Of course, it helps when you get aces again.
Right.
But he could have been out the first time around. That queen on the river should have been his elimination. I just love the way he navigated the hand. This is a tough
specialist, has been solid at no limit, to your point.
Yeah, he really has been. And this is a tough one for both players. Goes check, check.
Turn deuce.
Seemingly content with keeping it quite small. Guerra knows ace-10 is not the best hand right now. When you open, Hallaert flats you. A lot of pairs. Could be better aces. Ace-jack, ace-queen makes a lot of sense rather than 3-betting.
He did check over to Hallaert. The PokerStars ambassador with more than 63 million to start the day. Reaching, firing 1.5 million.
The moment seems relatively straightforward. The way both players have opted to navigate. Doesn't look like any detours. Maybe. No.
Just out.
Yeah.
Smooth ride continues for Hallaert. Quite the stack in front of him.
Oh, yeah.
As we take a look at the chip denominations presented by Drew Classic. Blue chips 100K. The black and the peach, both in play. One $500,000, one $1 million.
Those are 3 chip denoms, Jeff. You and I will never be able to experience.
We'll never get to even
No.
the 100K. Grinder ace jack. And just rips it in there for almost 20 bigs.
I think I'm +1. Just open.
Oh, and Waz has the ace queen suited.
Grinder just jamming it home.
It's 11.4.
What?
Gets the count.
His hand might be just too good. Ace queen suited. You don't love it, but yeah, it's going in.
You're in there. Now Grinder has Waz covered.
9.5.
And here we go.
Slow squeeze by Dunaway.
Yeah. Ace jack
Ace queen
versus ace queen.
Ace queen suited,
I
ace
haven't,
jack.
I haven't covered though. About a little bit.
If the ace queen holds, Grinder would still have about 2 million.
About to play my blinds.
See it? Huh? I can't. I'm gonna go up here. I can't see.
Oh, it's close. Never folding that. Not shipping. Not enough. No, I'm just fucking. It's 1.5 million a round.
Oh, what a spot here. Ace 10-3
Ace,
with a
diamonds.
couple diamonds.
Oh.
Doesn't really, I mean, Mizrachi has the jack of
Still need a
diamonds,
jack.
but could also just get
I
turned
have a jack
dead.
of diamonds, so that's good.
Turn card is the 8. It's got to be a jack or Mizrachi's down to 2 million in chips. The river is another 8. Waz doubles to start the day, and Mizrachi is now on the ropes.
Just, I don't understand. It didn't have to happen like that. Grinder, I guess, just coming out here to play long ball.
I'm not folding that pre-flop. Huh? No shot. Before my blinds?
You were in the big blind?
No, before I was around to ship it. Let me raise.
Well,
Huh? I went all in.
Snap for sure. That's. But I'm second shortest in the table, so I'm good. Better than I thought.
John Wasna.
Almost couldn't watch it.
I lose on the flop anyways.
Wakes up with a good one. Knocks the grinder down to about 3 bigs.
I guess, you know, Mizrachi suggesting had he just
Yeah.
put in a standard raise, and then let's assume Waz would have ripped it in. The grinder would have called.
That is what he's saying. He does have a good one here, but yeah, I don't think the ace-jack would have been nearly good enough in that spot.
Now he's got ace-king suited.
Second.
Nice run.
Like 10 years ago.
10 years ago you played?
Danny Ashan with the ace-10.
Welcome back.
It's been a good welcome.
Coming back next year?
Definitely.
You know, he doesn't need.
It's a requirement for the defending champ to come back, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
They give you a free entry.
I got chirping chips now, I guess. All right.
Raise. 3.2 million.
Go quick it. I'm in 3-bet to 3.2 million.
I saw one ace. I don't know whether.
Oh, you're gonna be thrilled.
Oh my God.
I mean,
What else to pay?
Casino Royale.
All right. I mean, this would get grinder back to 5.3.
yeah, chance to get back into it.
Where's
But
ace-10?
God, if he just waited one more hand, this is... Okay. Come on, grinder.
1.9, 1.9. I got everything in the main pot.
Does he have any fight left in
It
him?
was good to have an ace before the blind.
Good luck, man. I'm rooting
Be
for
back
you.
up to 9 big blinds.
Thanks, Dan.
Jack 7-6, clean for Mizrachi.
No king.
Turn is a
No
queen.
king. We'll take a 10.
A king eliminates Mizrachi. River ace. Still alive. Is the grinder.
All skill. All skill.
That's it.
Oh, fuck, I see an ace. I'm so happy.
Well, he certainly
yeah, I know.
can spin it up.
That's true. That's something that we've seen throughout the course of this tournament.
Another tournament. I just saw the ace.
Action packed.
So we look at the payouts presented by GTO Wizard.
I rolled
Sevens?
2 aces.
Everybody guaranteed 360K, 90K pay jump from 18th to 17th.
And just don't forget your small blind. 300.
Mizrachi now in the big blind, so 1.2 million of that 5.3 already committed. I don't think it's going to take much for him to get the rest in.
That's right.
Good luck.
Ooh. Greg with the goods.
Oh boy,
1.2.
here he comes.
$1.2.
Mizrachi queen 10. Will defend off the short stack. Comes 9-7-3.
See how Greg wants to continue with the aces.
Sneaky.
Yeah, there's the trap.
Turn deuce.
Gives Mizrachi a chance to catch up while also opening the door for Mizrachi to try and potentially bluff on this texture.
Check, check once more. River King.
That's really clever by
Yeah,
Greg checking twice.
It's going to win him at least 900K.
Surprised that Mizrachi chose this River King to be the type of card that he feels a bluff could get it done. He thinks that Greg might be checking down some sort of ace-high holding.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here comes the rest.
That'll knock Mizrachi down to 2.6 million.
Effective all in.
Nice one for Tony Gregg. You want to make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots? GTO Wizard AI has you covered. Study any situation, any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check it out now at gtowizard.com/PokerGo to get started for free. Save 10% off your first purchase.
You go to GTO Wizard, you just move it all in under the gun with
I don't think
jack
that
off?
AI would have approved.
No? 24 left in the main, probably not?
Yeah, no. Don't think you do that. Look at the Iceman, Adam Hendricks.
Is that a bowling shirt?
Are you, yeah?
I'm good with it. I just haven't seen him wear that sort of style.
Thomas Schwartzberg. It's the shortest stack to enter the day.
And he's certainly going to be moving in with sixes. Uh-oh.
Joey Padron with 2 10s.
I am a big injured and I need to expand. Yeah, that's why I occupy more than I should.
Okay, I'll come over here.
It's good? Yeah, thank you so much. I need to put my leg like this.
Padron, the warehouseman out of Alaska.
And the only thing that I'm not supposed to do is sit. So then, you know, I've been sitting fucking 17. Yeah, I won't complain.
Yeah, it's the worst.
I mean,
7 days.
I can get a new leg.
Good stand and play.
I'm starting
3-bet to 11 million.
15 minutes or so, which also I think it helps me.
Oh, Richard Freitas with ace king.
This is really nasty. Padron could have elected to just call the 5.4. Instead, he clicked it back. And if Freitas just rips it in with ace king, Padron will have a huge decision to make for his tournament. This is sick. This
There's
is
the
really
jam.
sick.
Could work out really well for Tomas.
That's a great point. Can fold out a better pair. He might fold the 2 10s. I'm certainly sick to my stomach if I have 2 10s here in Padron's seat. It's never pocket 9s, pocket 8s. It's always going to be jacks, queens plus, ace king, as we can see.
If he does make the call, we're going to play the biggest pot of the tournament.
29-1. So you got me covered. Oh, that's okay.
Well, Freitas loves avoiding the snap call.
An understandable massive tank. You're just hoping
hard. Yeah.
You're hoping and
29,
praying it's ace king.
Right.
If you make the call.
There's the fold.
All right, so heads up, 1 all in.
Freitas will win that extra 5.6 million.
And you said it too. What a perfect scenario for Schwarzberg, getting 10s out. And now it's a coin flip.
Podría tener damas también, ¿no?
Dang.
Arriba damas.
Justo creo que pasó lo mejor.
Could triple up.
Foldeó 10 y
Leo Jotas.
foldeó Jotas.
Genial. Sorry, sorry.
Lo hizo foldear Jotas al otro.
The only sad thing is that it's always
17.1 in the middle.
4 aces.
The 5.4 is in the middle.
Yeah, she took 5.4.
Schwarzberg finished 30th last year in the main. Queen 7-7. We'll add some outs for Freitas. Turn 3 is queen for Tomas. 9 outs would result in his elimination. Ace, king, or queen. The river is an 8. And there's the triple up for Schwarzberg.
The rail's going bananas.
Remember, Freitas didn't lose anything on that one
No,
because he
he's-
profited from the Padron 3-bet.
With triple up.
And Padron, of course, looks at all of this and thinks,
What could have been?
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, again, Padron will be kicking himself. You have to remove it from your mind right now,
of course.
right? But just call pre.
Yeah.
Whole thing plays out different.
Go back to the main stage. See on the top of your screen, Mizrachi, 2.3 million.
5 million is 5 million.
No, 5 millones, not 5 mil.
What is 5 million?
5 mil is 5,000.
5,000. What is 5 mil? That's the same in Italian, right? Cinco?
Yeah, 5
Cinco
mil.
is cinco.
Yeah,
Same.
exactly. They are really
Close,
similar,
very similar,
close, words. That's why it's more similar than Spanish.
Was not aware of that. Cinco and Chinko. 5.
Yeah, 5. Cinco.
I can now speak
There you
Italian.
bump. Let's see. Yashan versus Gregg, finished 50th in 2016. Jack 10-8, 10s for
Okay,
Yashan.
yeah.
Jack's in the open ender for Gregg.
Little trouble for Ishan.
Bet 600.
Bet 600K. Gregg calls. Turn queen, straight is there for Tony Gregg.
I don't suspect we lose any more chips for Yashan, but look at Gregg again getting really slippery.
But now the straight comes in on the
Yeah,
river,
that's
on the
a-
board.
Unfortunate card for Gregg and for Yashan. High 5. Maybe considers betting. He is.
Yeah, nice.
Gonna try and take the chop away.
Bet 2.4 million.
Goes 2.4.
And it's big. There may not be a whole lot of King X as played. Remember, limped pot, Yashawn out of position, small blind. He bet on the flop. I mean, King 7, but that seems like hands that come with a lot of checks. And all this being said, I'm pointing it out, Tony Gregg might be considering, as crazy as it sounds, putting in a raise rather than calling to chop. Fold,
Agreed,
of course,
but
is also an option.
After the facial gestures, and now it seems like call or fold.
Annoyed. Yeah.
And there's the fold. Nicely done by Danny Yashawn. There's Greg Merson on the Tony Gregg rail with sports cards in hand, of course, for the Milkman.
He's really going through the card. Yeah.
Yeah.
His best friend there, Tony Gregg. Trying to add a world championship title alongside Merson.
Ace-6.
Players all in.
All of it.
Well, not a lot of waiting today for Mizrachi.
Just about 4 big blinds.
He could potentially, he's probably going to have a customer here.
Absolutely. Is Dunaway happy to make the call with the Ace-7? He'll be way ahead. They chop about a quarter of the time.
Ace-6, Ace-7. Ace-6. So happy to see an ace.
Do chop a decent amount.
Dunaway wins about half the time.
You always peel the ace first?
No, I peeled the 6 first.
Okay. I just wanted you to know.
They want me to change it.
Yeah, all good.
Yeah. That is correct. That is correct. Everything's accurate. Mizrachi's is on the right, and he's at risk.
Good luck.
If Mizrachi finds a way, he's back up to 5.5. Ooh, King 8-5 with 2 spades. 6 of spades in hand
Yeah.
for Mizrachi.
Okay. You're optimistic.
I am.
Oh, wow.
Oh, baby, the turn is the Jack of Spades.
I can see why you're optimistic.
Again, King 8-5 on the flop, Jack of Spades on the turn. Mizrachi has the 6 of spades, so he has the flush draw, has the 6 for the outright win. The river is the ace of spades.
The grinder's back.
I played it good.
And by back, he still has just a little below 10 bigs,
Still
but
will not go
he's fine.
quietly into the night.
He's not out.
I guess the 6 of spades was the key card, not the ace.
Yeah, you peeled the good one first. There it is for Grinder.
All right, got life. Really bad.
It's not going to take much for Mike. Back in the big blind next hand. Did you say clearly?
Yeah. After what we saw with the ace-jack for 20 bigs.
Yeah, well, let's try to win it.
That's true.
Today.
Raise 1.2.
Sean opens in the cutoff. Greg on the button. King 10.
Yeah.
In the mid-2010s, his era, kind of your era.
Yeah.
Was he regarded as, you know, cream of the crop?
Definitely.
Top level?
Online, he was, I remember it was BeThere.com. He was a beast. Then won a massive bracelet. He won the 100K one drop. Believe that was in 2013.
For 4.8 million.
For nearly 5 mil. Yeah, I mean, Shulman was talking a lot about him last night. One of the few players, for Nick personally, which I found interesting, that just Nick could not handle. You know, he caused him so many fits. Tony Gregg is as good as it gets, and if he wanted to continue to play poker full time again, he would be one of the best tournament players in the world. Still might be.
Says he's been a bit reinvigorated by no limit hold'em tournaments. Can I potentially interest you in some stats? 0.2% of our starting field remains average stack 40 bigs. Took about 70 hours of play to get here. We're at the 360K payout level. Average sour in the States, just a little less than that.
68 total hours to reach where we're at right now. You know.
Nice hourly.
It's fantastic. 10 million awaits.
Over to our secondary feature, Boyevich versus Nemets. Boyevich open pre. Nemets called on the button. Check on the flop. Boyevich bet 2.2 million on the turn. Nemets called. Now Boyevich leads small on the river.
Great value bet, and notice the sizing goes really small, in a way trying to induce while also blocking. As you recounted that action, it was relatively healthy on the turn, 2.2 million. Seems as though we're just trying to get called by ace high. Nemets feels that, you know, is he trying to find a way as played to bluff? And if he does, is Boyevich ready? Does he just know the sevens are good?
To your point, gets called by worse a lot there. Well done, Boyevich.
I like that sizing. There's already enough out there, almost 10 million, and you just go real small. Get called by ace high.
The doctor out of Austria, originally from Serbia. Finished 8th in the WSOP Europe main event last year.
This is Dr. Boyevich?
Yeah, as we look at the tournament format presented by Splash Sports. 10K buy, play 2-hour blind levels.
Sorry, Jeff, why?
5 levels a day.
Why have we not been calling him Dr. B or
the real Dr. B, right?
Yeah, but I feel, have we been being rude?
No. Oh, yeah, we could have been a bit more respectful.
He's a doctor.
You're right. You're right.
Do we know what type of doctor?
Don't believe so. Went to the Catholic University of Medicine in Rome.
I should probably consider visiting a doctor. It's been about
for many things
23 years or so.
Is that all?
Maybe Boyevich would give me an exam.
He opens. It's Mangini with the king 10. Makes the call. Good start to the day for Mangini. Had a set of 8s against Perati's top 2 pair.
Oh, great. I didn't even realize. Yeah, he shot it up, didn't he?
He's 24 million.
Did he get the full double that him?
He did not, but
close enough.
Yeah, acquired a decent amount of chips.
And again, Jeff, I'm not trying to pick on you. Yesterday, you told me that Mingini was on the Nationals, the Olympic team for snowboarding.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I watched his interview late last night.
Okay.
During coverage, and he was actually trying to qualify and make that team, but due to injury, did not. So,
didn't make the Olympic team. Was on the national team.
Are you now trying to tell me you were right all along?
Well, I'm just reporting the facts that I reported yesterday.
It wasn't your, oh, you mean on air? It wasn't your interview.
What? I didn't interview him.
Well, we agree on that part. And you're certain it was snowboarding?
Yes.
Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of that.
Cleared that one right up.
So you were wrong then, and I was right.
Well,
You're going to tell me he won a gold medal next?
No. I'll tell you that we go back to the main stage.
I love this stage.
Lautaro Guerra. His third no-limit hold'em cash since 2018. The other 2 cashes have also been in the main event.
That's so nuts. It might be the only no-limit event he plays all year.
I think it is.
Yeah. He's got his son Luca back home. I don't know if he's old enough to tune in and watch and know exactly what Daddy's up to, but I'm sure he and his wife, Samantha Abernathy.
Abernathy on the rail here.
Is she here?
Yeah.
We're in attendance. Okay. Locked in. Now, were you out on the rail, just kind of trying to catch a little camera time?
No, I'm not trying to get on
or?
TV, no.
3.1.
You were mingling?
I wasn't even mingling. I was just looking out over the rail.
And you'll be on sidelines tonight?
Yes, alongside Natalie Bodie. He's done an outstanding job.
Really has. How about that 18.5-minute exit interview with
Strong.
Kasuf?
A little bit of rookie hazing from us. You get the Kasuf bust out assignment.
Did you really have her show up about 2 hours early today than she needed to?
No, but I did text her last night and say, hey, they moved the start time up to 10 a.m. Got to get here 9:30-ish. She thought,
and
she believed it for a little bit, and then I felt bad. She canceled a workout class. She had scheduled a lift and canceled that, got charged the fee.
No way. Did you cover the fee at least?
Yes.
And did you give her?
But then she didn't accept it. But then I got her an energy drink, brought her a straw. I think we're good.
You know, those fitness classes aren't cheap. Did you at least give her, you know, season 2 of your Taibo routine?
Yeah, I gave her the VHS.
No. Meanwhile, back to the action, 3-bet pot. Understandable. Sean, just get out of the way with Jack 10 suited. Never folding that in any other scenario.
How about Dunaway with the Queen 9 suited?
Yeah.
Pretty early position, coming after it.
Love this guy, Dunaway. Originally from Oklahoma, now residing down in Texas. Just a straight gambler on the resume. He won the Monster Stack 2 years ago for more than $1.1 million. You and I were on the call.
Yes, we were. It is a nice tune-up for the main. Big field event, really good structure. Can take a lot from that tournament.
And he's also, you know, if you get hot, he's dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
You saw the elimination last night where he called the 3-bet with pocket fives. Again, this guy was not deep.
Buhalov, I believe.
Yeah, I was trying to come up with the name. Buhalov, yeah. Queen 10X flop. Dunaway calls continuation.
Check calls with the fives.
With the fives. 5 on the turn, all the money goes in, no problem. Brian Hastings, by the way, I was following some of the online chatter. Dunaway did the same thing to Hastings on day 6, I believe, of the main. As you recall, Hastings was towards the top of the leaderboard.
Hastings had a ton of chips.
Dunaway did him dirty.
Yashan trying to pounce here. Perhaps the raise with the good, raise with the bad scenario. Waz calls.
Yeah, Wazzy coming along for the ride. Thought maybe limp fold the ace-5, but Waz gonna stick around.
And flop the wheel draw, pair of 4s for Yashan.
$2.4. Falls 2.4, 100 change.
2.4 is the lead that is called. The turn is a king.
Likely gonna need to find that second shell is Waz. Limp called a raise from Yashan out of position, leads the flop. And here we are with nearly 10 million in the middle. He is raging.
4.5.
4.5.
Kind of just trying to tell the story. I have King Jack.
Yeah,
I'm not afraid of the king. I'm going to bet the flop. Yeah, look at me. Do I look like the kind of guy that would not have King Jack?
There's Yashan's mom, Sue, on the rail. You can see how invested she is. Can Yashan figure this one out?
Trying to find the types of hands that would bet flop and again on turn. Maybe hands like 5, 6, 6, 7. As we can see, it's ace 5, ace deuce. But then there's the value side. We don't know how often Waz would actually do this with bluffs. He is a recreational player. He's going to be unpredictable. And he's so capable of putting you in these difficult spots. What are you doing on the river? Are you hoping that if you call here with your 4 that Waz just shuts it down? There's also a world in which, I mean, this would be kind of crazy. I don't think Yashan is thinking race. It would potentially be a disaster. But as we can see, it would work.
Does fold. Waz gets one through.
Really well done.
Waz out of Washington. Chatted with him yesterday. He came and found me after play. He said, I messed up. And I already said, what do you mean? He asked me about my family support system, and I said, you know, the group chat was great, but I forgot to mention they are on their way here.
Oh, how about that?
So the Waz fam in attendance. Second season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game. It's available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel. New episodes drop every Saturday. High-stakes cash game action filmed at the NAPT in Las Vegas in 2024. Loose Cannon Jordan Handrich takes on Jennifer Tilly, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and the soccer star Gerard Piqué.
PK.
PK.
He's got the same last. Isn't that a penalty kick? A PK?
Yeah. But it's spelled differently. Okay, grinder. All of it. Ace deuce.
Good luck. 5.5.
Gonna get that's really big for
That's
Grinder.
huge.
Now up over, or right around 7 million. How about exactly 7 million?
2.5 I call.
Yeah.
It's more than 10 bigs.
And all the players, by the way, I think they realize, Grinder's, he's getting after it. He's going to try and run up a stack.
Yeah.
I mean, that ace-jack,
After
and I
you
assume
see
that's
that,
part of the plan.
right.
If I get called, okay,
Right.
so be it. He might have even thought ace-queen could go into the muck, right? Players are going to be extremely tight, all wanting desperately to reach the final table of the main. And the Grinder, he may just put the pedal to the metal all day, or for at least as long as we have him.
Dayoung Lee, now that South Korea, opens here with the eights. Deshaun, a pretty one on the button. The form of the Jack-10 suited. Sean, originally from North Carolina, now lives in Baltimore, works as a data engineer there. We've mentioned his education throughout, graduated from Brown with a degree in applied mathematics and computer science.
And of course, Brown, if folks aren't aware, that's also where Ike Haxton and Scott Seaver attended their studies.
Comes Jack 9-5 as Danny takes the lead.
I was keeping my eye on this one I thought Dunaway might try and shoot it up, squeeze the big blind.
Checks to the man with the top pair who fires. Says chess background set him up really well for poker. Chess tournaments can be a bit of a grind. Playing 3 to 4 hour matches, a couple of them a day.
You're talking Yashawn here, not Dunaway, right?
Yashawn, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Say Dunaway, you know, from Oklahoma now, he doesn't, I'm not judging by region, but doesn't strike me as the chess type.
Now, hold on a second. He lives in Texas. I live in I'm from Texas. I don't live there. You're saying we aren't smart enough to play chess?
I'm not. It has nothing to do with the intelligence.
Hold on.
I just, you know, chess is more of like the Brown University guys.
More of a Northeast game.
Maybe not. Yeah. Well.
I apologize to everybody tuning in from the great state of Texas.
There's nobody in Texas right now playing chess. Apology not needed.
Everybody in Texas kind of nodding their head like, yeah.
Not one person.
Right.
Actually, I take it back.
I know what you're going to say. Yep.
Down at Champions Club in Houston, Texas, there are 3 people playing chess. It's chess day.
Still 24 left. No eliminations thus far. Our next pay jump is worth $90,000, but it doesn't come until we're down to 2 tables. Good start for the Iceman, Adam Hendricks. Note the stack in front of him. He's up to about 50 million. Smooth start to the day.
Wow. Iceman, he's really going to do it, isn't he? Look at the rail back here. Mexico.
Perhaps for Tomas.
Of course.
Perhaps for Ponce.
Of course. The explorer, Ponce de Leon.
And he does jam. He gets the rail going.
It's not me.
If you're wondering why Ponce de Leon is a bit short stacked now, he ran 10s into Dombrowski's kings. Tomas has asked for a count, decides against it.
By the way, and if anyone is tuning in on PokerGO, if you're wondering what's happening at those outer tables at any given time, I believe you can also select that coverage. Table C, Table B. We, of course, are Table A, the main.
Look at Adam Hendricks and a look at the show from yesterday.
Go on, 7 high like a boss. We're playing for $10 million here. Stop laughing. It's not funny. Come on. I'm not folding, guys. I'm not folding. I'm either calling or shoving. It's fine. Oh, yeah, clock. Yeah, call the clock. It hasn't been 5 seconds. It goes clock. I'm coming for all of you. I'm coming for every single one of you.
There's the banana.
Fearless, ruthless, and relentless. I will not stop until I get what I want. I will not rest until I've won. And God help any of you who dares to stand in my way. 7 or Queen, dealer's choice. You choose. Queen of Hearts. So absolute joke. You're pathetic.
Got nasty at the end.
Pathetic. I hope you're proud of yourself.
Yeah.
We'll see you next year.
Lovely ensemble.
Hendricks, well. Looks like Kasut did the impossible and made day 86 of the main as he was escorted out of the World Series of Poker.
Now, I thought I saw pictures, video of him actually having late night cocktails at like 3 a.m.
Yeah, so I guess just out of the tournament area.
He's not allowed in here.
Right.
But the other parts of the hotel. Which is understandable, by the way, that he's got 300 dimes on him. You know, go hit the pits.
You think he dusted it off?
At least half.
Ace, Jack, 9, 1 diamond. Hendricks 3-bet this one pre. Padron raised under the gun and called the 3-bet. Aces this, there's Cat on the Hendricks rail.
We must have also, did we miss a spot? Padron dragged a decent one? Because remember, he was down to below 20. This guy's not afraid to put chips in the middle. Hard to fault him with 10-9 suited, but in the thick of it here.
Okay, we'll keep track there, but over on the main stage, Michael Mizrachi all in and at risk. Dunaway opened here with the 2-5s. Mizrachi jammed with the King-Jack. Dunaway does make the call.
Just a couple of good old boys gambling.
King, I know it 2 paints. I saw the king.
Could Grinder get back to about 16 million? won't be easy as it comes 9-7-4. Couple diamonds, king of diamonds in hand for the grinder.
10 of diamonds.
Yeah, the hard way again, maybe.
9 of diamonds also.
A lot of fun turn cards.
Diamond.
And
oh my
that
God.
is one of them as the 3 of diamonds rolls off.
14 outs, a couple of those outs removed. Here we go for the grinder.
King, jack, or diamond. To stay alive. Yes! The grinder is back.
Oh, boy.
That's the way I want to win it. Nothing bad can happen from here.
I got a feeling he's just going to keep shooting in the middle.
The eruption from the rail.
Yeah. Think he's a fan favorite?
No question about it. And he's got more than what he started the day with.
Never a doubt. Just, you know,
I'm going to admit, I doubt it.
maybe the next time we get dealt ace-jack under the gun, just take it easy, Mike. You don't have
Just
to.
a raise.
You don't have to just, you know, plow it home. Put in a little race. Yeah. Yeah. Here we are.
Flush is like having flush though, you know?
Yeah, the PPC, the majority of those games are limit. You know, just go back to the min raise.
$15.8. 15.8. 15.8. What? 15.8.
What a roller coaster ride for the grinder. $9.55, good one for Lautaro.
Dunaway, by the way, the moment I saw he had pocket fives, as we just touched him.
He was not folding?
Well, yeah, not folding, but also I was like, oh, this is it. Dunaway doesn't lose with pocket fives. He's found his kryptonite. The grinder.
The jam was 12 bigs. I mean.
No, I get it. Trust me, though. You and I covered Dunaway during Monster.
Yeah.
We've seen the hand histories. This guy is not afraid to put it. He makes a read, and he just kind of does his thing. He goes with it. He's fine with flipping coins. And by the sounds of it and looks of it, he's won his fair share of...
So true. It's gotten him here, right?
Yeah.
Hallaert makes the call here. So we see the river 8.
Yeah, it's, you know, blind on blind. Hallaert, he's not really calling with any devious intentions on the turn. Maybe the Queen of Spades is worth a note, but it can just be the best hand as played. This is a limped pot. Check, check, flop on the 5-9-5. Guerra does bet small, one big blind on the turn, and yeah, just get the showdown.
Winner for Guerra.
Runner, flush you twice.
You did.
Just gonna get lucky.
Well, it feels like the place is still buzzing after that hand, after another double up for the grinder, Michael Mizrachi. The 4-time Poker Players Championship winner. We keep saying it, but every time we say it, it's still unbelievable. Finished 5th in the 2010 main. looking for bracelet number 8 at the main.
Also, 12 cashes this year at the World Series of Poker. I don't even know if he played a full scale. Oh, my God.
Oh, Yashan opens with the kings, and it's Lee with 2 aces. As cold as it gets on day 8 of the main.
This is filthy. Absolutely filthy.
3.3.
Up to 3.3. Don't do it, Grinder.
I don't suspect he will, but for Yashan, I of course feel bad for him. His mother's also in the stands. This is a really gruesome one.
Lee started the hand with about 35 bigs. Closer to 30.
Yashan does cover, which is great, but
Sorry. Can you call cocktails, please?
the money's going in. Unless he can find a king, you know, this young guy, he's going to be devastated.
No one came in 1 hour.
There was actually. Somebody came.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm a little bit curious what the path is for the 2 kings. Might be thinking click to something like 7. Can we induce, get it in? Could just be the pure.
No, just going to rip it in there.
Yeah,
He'll see the bad news.
Look at Lee. There it is, yeah.
Kings versus aces. More than 41 million in the middle.
Aces versus kings. Pretty even stat.
I had a big ace, too.
Just now?
If Yashan gets lucky here, it's one of the top stacks in the room.
Move ball.
Yeah, easy fold.
Oh, yeah, you gotta avoid
When you're
it.
sitting there going,
Wow. Aces, kings.
2 and 7.
Danny has king.
Yeah, it could go bad.
7-4 deuce.
Yeah.
This is crazy, bro.
It's only going to be a king that helps Danny Yashan.
No, I have a club.
It's not supposed to happen this late.
Spade, no good. King of spades. One time.
He doesn't have flush.
Good time to use the 1 time.
King of spades.
Doesn't come on the turn. If it's not there on the river, Lee scores the massive double.
King of spades.
Oh, I didn't hear what he said. I thought he said so sick. I was like, does he know that he doesn't have to?
No, where like if these hands happen this deep, like that
River
should be
card is an 8.
I wish I had a spade. What did I have? Ace 10. Did I have ace of spades? Oh my God. I don't remember if I had ace.
What a feeling that's got to be for Daeyoung Lee out of South Korea.
There might not be a better feeling. I mean, that's peak right there.
Yeah.
Aces versus kings, you hold, 24 left in the main.
Nearly be a problem. You know that you're not now, but.
Flip side, there might not be a worse feeling
Ace 10. I don't know if there's a spade in my hand.
for this young gun.
I mean, the way we're making run
He's devastated. Did you see the family here? That's his mom.
He's flushing. That's his deal today.
Just nothing you can do.
Twice. 2 times.
See the posture, the demeanor now.
What do you do? Smile.
Yeah.
Try and get this one out of your head as best you can. You're still alive with 9 million
That's exactly right.
in the main.
I could be over there watching.
9,700 people that
We're doing all right.
that don't have a seat anymore. So
No.
Of course, we got to hear the grinder point out he had the ace of spades.
Right, but it really,
Yeah.
not too relevant.
Yeah, you would have won though, Jeff.
No, I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think you're ever in there.
Really good.
Okay, who is that?
That's Frankie C.
Huh. That's cool.
I want to remember if I had the ace or 10 of spades.
About a 4% chance when we're
Sure you
nine-handed.
did. You're four flushing today.
Having
You got that
kings
little flush
versus
there,
aces, eight-handed here. Oof.
Sorry. Oh, I meant for it to bounce off you hard. I'm just kidding.
That's the devastating core, and it comes so late.
It's a 40 million chip pot, is that right? Sean left with 10, so just worth noting, a 50 million chip stack at this juncture of the main is worth about $2.6 million.
Oh my. And what about a 9 million chip stack?
About 900K. So
they're the real money implications.
And I'm not, I assume the source that I have here is accurate, stack ICM value, but yeah, I mean, that is real money, real dollars, real pain when you're on the wrong end of the coldest possible cooler.
Waz will call out of the small blind with the ace-10.
15. Okay. It's queen. Against strategy. Strategy on the old man. It's queen. 20 blinds. 21. Yeah, I was on one blind.
Sean, thinking about, I assume, just call. He's not. He knows that Kenny, by the way, Hallaert can be opening and is opening very wide.
Sure.
You know what? I'm going to take it back. He actually could be thinking something relatively filthy. Waz is, I would say, capped. He just never has a good hand. If he's not 3-betting out of the small blind and just calling, it's what we see.
Yeah,
he
the
may
thought
have
was
had
there
enough,
for sure.
right,
Yeah.
to rip it through, thinking if I get this through the chip leader, Kenny Hallaert, then I just win the pot pre. King 8 off a little dusty, though. It's not quite, you know, how you want to make your last stand.
Right.
That thought also comes across the old brain.
Jack on the turn as Hallaert does not bite on the flop. Now Waz leads on the turn as Hallaert picks up the gut shot. But just flings it into the muck.
Like Waz, man, he just kind of marches to the beat of his own drum.
Yes.
Again, stone recreational amateur, about 140K in earnings. From Washington, family guy, business guy. Out here living the absolute dream.
Day 8 of the main. Grinding it out, to say the least. Mizrachi at one point just down to a couple big blinds. But he's back up to 16 million. Hallaert, about 10% of the chips in play with 3 tables left. And all eyes on Leo Margets. Last woman standing for the 2nd time in her career in the main. Back to our secondary feature, where Margets sits and is in the small blind with the ace deuce. She's out of the way. Tomas defends against the Hendricks Open.
Check.
Comes queen 8-3.
This is dangerous for Tomas.
Gut shot, Jack of Hearts,
yeah, the gut shot, Jack of Hearts working. He might get a little crafty. Beautiful stuff for Hendricks whenever you do flop top pair. The expectation is, of course, that Hendricks is going to be opening very wide on the button, coming after these more vulnerable stacks.
Facing the 1.1 million C-bet from Hendricks.
Estoy pensando más en tener las tres líneas, güey. El limp push, el limp call, el raise call. Sí. No sé si hagas de push.
I don't think that fold is at all an option for Schwarzberg. He's in between call and check raise. And it looks like it's going to be the check raise.
Which is going to be trouble, as you mentioned. It's to 2.8 million. Tomas starting the hand with a little more than 20 bigs.
That's a great shot through the lens of Tomas. Hendricks fully aware of the types of hands.
Let's break away real quick. Huge hand developing.
Yeah. We would never leave the action there unless something huge was developing.
And that something is Jared McGinney all in at risk, but with queens against tens. Nemet's open tier, McGinney 3-bet. Nemet's jammed. McGinney happy to call it off. And here we go, 29.5 million in the middle. Can see what it means to him. King, king, 7. Safe flop. His girlfriend Elise behind him. Turn card is a 6. Just 2 outs. We can see one of them already into the muck. Just the 10 of spades would eliminate McGinney. Scott Stewart looks on river, is a 6. Jared McGinney started the day with just 14 million in chips. He's now up to almost 30.
It doesn't get any sweeter.
There it is. Sean Daniels on the rail as well. The pat's on the back, and it's right back to work for McGinney. Calm, cool, collected. Well, you can tell it's still an emotional journey.
Oh, yeah. I mean, calm, cool, collected. I mean, I don't know, man. You looked about as nervous, as anxious as you can. And why not?
Right, I get it.
How can you not? Life-changing money on the line.
By the way, Hendricks did jam. Schwarzberg folded.
Oh,
on
Hendricks
the flop.
just ripped it.
Yeah.
Okay. Targeting worse queens, maybe. Just get it in, shut the action down.
Ponce de Leon all in with 2 threes. Well, Correa asks for a count. With the Jack 10, a little less than 8 bigs.
I don't know. I mean, I guess flicking a call gamble, but I think we just let it go with the Jack high, right?
Spot like this yesterday with his hand. But you seem too strong now. Confident. No? ¿No estás confiante?
It's not like the shove is coming from the button, you know. The Explorer, Ponce, he just ripped it in +1.
Got some luchador masks on the rail. Fantastic.
I'm going out there. These guys are having a party.
Play PokerGo is where the action never stops, and now you can chase your share of $1 million in gold every single hour. Jump into free online poker with real players and zero risk. The Gold Free Roll runs every hour on the half hour. No buy, no catch, just your shot at gold. Play now at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. Dombrowski opens with 2 sevens, and Tomas looks down at the goods on the button.
How to proceed? With this sort of stack size pre, it almost, if you flat, it could just sound the alarms, right? I'm serious. Dombrowski's been around the game. He's played tons of tournaments for 15 years. He knows how good Tomas is. If he flats, it's a premium 100% of the time of the kings/aces variety.
That's jam.
I like it, right? I mean, it's just, I was hoping he would shove.
And count.
And this is
asked for a count.
Right.
8.9.
8.9.
Understandable count for Dombrowski. This is really close with the sevens. I think 8s, 9s were in. Sevens has got to be right on the cusp. About 25 bigs to start the hand for Dombrowski. If he can find the fold, it would be remarkable. It really would.
Can he get away from the sevens?
Really nice.
Yes, he can.
It's really nice.
Good lay down.
Just find maybe 24 left. I know it's easier said than done. Find better spots in the main, you know. Avoid these call-offs that can be a devastating blow to your stack.
Want to come back?
Good time for us to look at the leaderboard presented by Poker Stars. While Hallaert still leads the way, look who is right there. Adam Hendricks and Hallaert are neck and neck for the chip lead. Then a bit of a fall off before we see Dunaway, Lee Boyovich, Leo Margets in 10th with 24 left. Michael Mizrachi is in 14th. Yashan, Schulze, and Ponce de Leon are our short stacks.
Schulze we haven't heard from or seen much yet today.
Padron ace jack. Padron was ready to go home after playing the Gladiator and the mini main.
I don't have the boxing glove.
On the phone with his wife, and she said, you got to play the main or you'll regret it. No regrets.
Wait a minute. He was only in the Gladiator, which is a $300 buy-in. The mini main, a 1K, was about to bounce.
She said stay. Pretty good decision.
Yeah, maybe do a little shopping.
Yeah.
For the wife.
She deserves it. They've got 2 kids, JL and Leslie. $10-8 deuce. Turn is a king.
Padron, by the way, talked about Gladiator Mini-Man. The guy's got 14K in career live earnings coming into this. 14,000.
Remarkable. Does river a pair of jacks? Hendricks has shown no interest in putting more in.
Well, if he can find the knuckle with ace-jack, it might be the type of run-out and texture where Hendricks does consider betting, right? He's checked every street. Hendricks can be targeting some of the smaller pairs that elected to call out of the small blind. Instead, I think he just, was it check call?
It was a lead for 1.2 that was snap called, I believe.
Is that right? Hendricks called?
That's how we listed it, yeah.
Ace-9? That doesn't really
I thought he was going to
make too much sense, but maybe we just beat all the ace wheel suited that was bluffing for two bigs. I don't know.
Maybe to your point, it went check bet call. It was rushed at the end. Regardless, Padron wins the pot, and Waz has ace queen on the main stage.
I'm looking back. I'm certain that it actually went check call.
Okay.
Hendricks, because I saw Padron just flick it out.
Yeah.
Last
that's
second.
what it looked like. Yeah.
Hendricks bet 1.2.
Yeah. Well, you know Dunaway is playing all the small pocket pairs.
Never folding, ever. There could be a 6-bet here, and he's in.
Heads up to this flop of 10-9-8. Check, check. Turn 4.
Look at this by Dunaway. He's doing this with value intention.
And look at this from Waz. Not done yet.
Of course not. Ace queen. We got the gutter. We can beat plenty of hand out there that semi-bluffing. Maybe is Dunaway I'm wondering if Dunaway, yeah, he's just trying to bet a little to set up and get the showdown whenever
check
called.
back on the river. There's one for the 2023 Monster Stack champion. Originally from Oklahoma, now lives in Texas. Spends a lot of time at Kojak's Poker Club in Midland.
Kojak's?
Kojak's.
Thank you. Now, where is Midland?
It's in Texas.
Like in the middle of the state? You're from Texas, aren't you supposed to know this sort of thing?
Dallas, I don't know. A look at the 2025 WSOP milestones. Benny Glauser, 3 bracelets. Michael Mizrachi, 4 PPC titles now. And a deep run in the main. Sheena Okamoto, we call her Okagoto, back-to-back ladies championships after a 2nd place finish 2 years ago. And D-Nex has been oh so close to number 8 with 5 final tables.
D-Nex still in the 10K 6-max, by the way. Keep an eye. Okagoto.
Yeah. That was Donnie Peters on the PokerGO podcast.
Really?
Yeah. Makes sense.
I thought that's a great nickname. I'm impressed with DP.
By the way, producer Jackie also from Texas, so be careful when you insult the Texans.
I'm not insulting.
She says Midland is just south of Lubbock.
Well,
just south.
I specifically was asking you because you're from Texas, Jeff. Thank you, producer Jackie. I know you're in our ears, and one of you should know.
Yeah, just for a second.
Right, Jackie does.
I'm also hearing that Jackie also didn't know, had to look it up.
A lot of
south of Lubbock.
I mean,
and Lubbock is in Texas?
Yeah, Texas Tech.
And what's that next to?
Midland.
Is there like?
I mean, it's the same. You're from the state of New York, yeah?
Yes.
Do you know where New York City is?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Hey, ace 6-5, couple hearts. Pair of sixes for Hallaert, the flush draw for Was.
$1.8.
I love this out of Was. Raise it up under the gun, comes ace high. We've got hidden hearts and sizes it up to 1.1. Immediately you put middle pair in purgatory. And Was sounded confident, right? He voiced the sizing out loud. Kenny, of course, not going to give it up, but you automatically start to think, well, I have to peel one.
Not
Maybe
in great shape, yeah.
I can hit the 6 or the jack and feel decent about it.
The turn brings the flush to Was.
I don't know if Was saw Kenny check. Oh, there it is. He hadn't checked. It was a very elongated check.
$3 million. 3 million. 3 million.
$3 million on the turn. Waz's 5th career World Series of Poker cash. Hallaert just done. Nice laydown. Note the Mariners hat from Washington. Went to school at the University of Washington.
Huskies, yeah?
Yeah. UW.
They beat up on USC a little bit, football.
Sometimes,
Oops.
yeah, sometimes.
Is that where Penix played?
Yes, it is.
He went Indiana, then he went Husky.
Looks like at one of our secondary feature tables, we have an all-in and a call. Let's swing it around. Stefan Nemetz opened here. Joe Ozamak, our youngest player left, 22 years old. Ripped it in with the ace-4 suited, big blind versus button. Nemetz makes the call with the ace-10 suited, and here we go. Jack 5-4.
Oh.
Pennsylvania flips the script. The turn is an 8. Can he dodge the 10 to stay alive and to move up to more than 22 million? He can.
Wow. Kind of feel for Nemetz there. He just min-raise button, got it in pure. When this decayed flyer, Ozamak, the youngest player in the field, ripped it home, and sometimes better be lucky than good.
Hallaert pouncing. Lee, by the way, opening with the 3-2 suited. Access to... About to say access denied.
We're not calling, right, Lee? Is he thinking about the clean diaper? Just, we're Hollywooding. I would imagine. We're acting. Look at the sizing by Hallaert out of the small blind, goes up to 6.2 million.
Nicely done.
Good score.
Fire chip leader.
King 10.
Said big fold.
Maybe Lee was serious, and you know, in his mind.
Remind you of anybody? I see it.
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
For sure, the former Cowboys coach Mike McCarthy. Oh, yeah. Spot on.
Absolutely see it. I think Wasp might actually be a better coach than McCarthy. He's not with Dallas still, right?
No.
They finally canned him?
Finally.
Where's he at now? Back to Green Bay somehow?
Raise 1.2.
I don't know where he is. Greg opens here. Yashan, the 4-deuce suited.
I'm gonna throw it out there. McCarthy, after he was fired, taking all of 2025 off.
Oh, okay. Doing some TV work or something?
He's chose to remain, anonymous and also off the grid.
Oh, he's going to disappear for a while.
Or has he?
Oh. Oh.
Oh, yeah, give it.
It's pretty pure for Tony Gregg.
And absolutely nothing doing for the short stack. Greg at about 25 million. Started the day with a little less than that.
Dunaway.
Was ace-3 off on the button.
Gonna call. Well, kind of just, again, does his own thing.
Love it. Greg 10-2 suited it. Just out. King 9-3.
Yeah.
Was out, flops Dunaway. Braxton bets 1.4 million.
Awaz may still be a little concerned despite hitting the 3. Face of 2 overs, does not have the ace of clubs in his hand. Coming along for the ride once more, though.
Turn 7.
No idea if Dunaway is going to continue. We'll check. Was going to try and just win with the best hand. Unorthodox.
We have some action on both of our outer tables.
Oh boy, holy cow. Yes, we do.
Let's start with Joey Padron versus Richard Freitas. 9 deuce deuce. Padrón with ace 9. Freitas with king 9. 31.5 million in the middle. And it's the Brazilian who's on the ropes. In need of a king. Perhaps a 9 or deuce. The turn, though, is an ace. And we say good game to Richard Freitas. Quite a run in the World Series of Poker main event. He was in this one for $135, and he finishes in 24th for 360K.
Outstanding. Like this kid. Correct me if I'm wrong. From Brazil to Kansas.
That's right.
Where he lives. Yeah. I heard that last night.
A lot of people make that move.
Brazil to Kansas. Did you hear that? Were you watching last night? You weren't because you were working.
Right.
Okay. This was Ali and Nick cooking at their best.
Yeah.
Had to be around midnight, 12:30. Ali jumps into a Brazilian accent about Sao Paulo to. Anyway, I'll come back to that.
Okay.
I believe we have another massive collision on our hands. Maybe not massive, but it's an all-in.
As Nemetz is
tournament life.
All in for his final 1.6 million. Action on Boyevich. Flicks in the call. Schultz the one who opened, but is locked into just calling because of the size of the Nemetz jam. Nemetz looks to get back to 5.7. 10-9-5. Couple spades.
Hang in there, Nemetz. You're a huge favorite.
Turn brings another 9. Check, check. River's a 7.
We win, right? Ace, king high?
We do.
We got a winner. We triple up. You're back. You've got 10 bigs. You're in the main. Yeah.
There we go.
There it is.
There we go. Felt like we were all rooting for him after watching the last hand against Ozamak.
I wanted the kid to sit back down, you know. No one got hurt there.
There we go. Look at the payouts brought to you by GTO Wizard. Still a ways away from that 90K pay jump.
Big blinds, that is. Yeah. Got to revamp it. Me and my new friend.
Dunaway versus Lee, blind versus blind.
Yeah, I mean, if Lee was serious about the deuce 3 suited, then he may somehow get 40 million in the middle with ace 9.
Especially with top pair.
Yeah, and Dunaway with top 2. He won't though, right? Yeah, I mean, we're not trying to play a huge pot. No, does just call.
Turn 8. Now 3.7.
Lee just stone dead.
River 3, this is going to be tough to get away from. Let's see what sizing looks like.
Yeah, and we know Dunaway Very active, aggressive player. 2 flush draws have missed. The hearts, the backdoor spades, all those straights. And Lee just has top pair. Blind versus blind. How much, Dunaway?
With his eyes on Lee as he reaches for chips. Well, sizable here.
Limped pre.
About 9 million.
How much?
8.9 million.
Can Lee somehow get away?
It's an agonizing spot.
Very tough, I mean. All the draws miss.
Everything misses. I think Dunaway would do this empty too. I really do.
It's ace-9, just too good. It is, and Dunaway gets paid off.
It's a huge pot.
And it makes Braxton Dunaway the chip leader on day 8 of the World Series of Poker main event.
Right. He did get it back. No, he didn't get his 100 back. No, that's right. Thank you.
It's incredible. The gambler from Texas. I think we got another one at our outer table.
We do
Yes.
indeed. Ponce de Leon all in and at risk with the ace-king against Dombrowski's jacks. Looking to get back up to 10.5 million. A hug for the fellow countryman. And a king on the flop. Fantastic start for Diego. Turn is an 8. Spades do not matter.
Just one live out for Dombrowski.
It's the jack of hearts, which would serve as the elimination. And everything else is fine for Ponce de Leon. He's back up to 10.5. Love that.
If you can't beat him, bluff him. Vamos!
Oh, it feels good to double up on day 8 of the main.
Oh, well, shit. There goes my whole hand.
If we get the Mexican round, the party at the final table, it is going to be an incredible atmosphere.
Just be bonkers. Guerra opens, Dunaway calls on the button.
Someone's busted.
Eight, 6, 3, 1 diamond. Guerra fires 1.6.
Yeah, it's going to need a little 2-barrel turbulence, I think, to get through Dunaway. He strikes me as sticky, but he's also got a lot of that feel intuition. If he just assigns Guerra a strong hand right here, right now, might let ace-jack go. But he strikes, yeah, oh, look at, he's actually going to make him earn it.
Oh, my.
Raising it up with ace-jack on that board, and it might just get it done.
Does indeed. Braxton Dunaway getting after it.
Oh, just buns here.
Let's head over to one of our secondary featured tables. Sebastian Schulze, prior chip leader, is the one all in and at risk versus Perati. The 8-7 suited versus the ace-4. Queen Jack, no help. Turn is a 5.
It's
for a
Perati
7.
with the ace-4.
Yes, yes, yes. River, though, is a 3. Heck of a run for Sebastian Schulze. It ends in 23rd. $360,000 heading his way. A lot more to come in his career.
I believe it was day 6, immediately after dinner. He won back-to-back hands off who at the time was the chip leader. Dismantled him 2 consecutive hands. And he hadn't looked back since. Carried that all the way to a 24th place, 23rd place finish here in the main event. Was it Michael Hawker, I believe, was the chip leader at dinner break on day 6. He had over 6 million chips. Weren't you there, Jeff? Didn't you interview him? You should know all these details. I believe you did.
Day 5.
It was day 5. 6 million on day 5? Gone in 2 hands.
A ton of action in this first level. Nemetz again all in and at risk. Look down at the king-8 and the big blind. Happy to call the shove from Veloso in the small with the 6-5.
All right, so we're going high, we're going low. Veloso wants the low board.
6, 4, 3. He finds the low board. It's Nemetz needing help. Not finding it on the turn. About the river for Nemi. It's not there. You feel for the guy, took the brutal beat earlier. Leaves the main in 22nd. A bit of consolation in that when he approaches the payout desk, they'll hand him $360,000.
Yeah, you know, usually 360,000 dimes will fix just about anything in life.
Well-deserved round of applause.
Seems as though Grinder's settled down since the start of the day. He's been hovering right around 15, 17 million. I've been keeping my eye on that stack.
If you missed the start of play today, Grinder open ripped is 11 million with the ace-jack offsuit.
19 bigs.
Yeah, looked up by Waz with the ace-queen suited. The ace-queen held. It left Grinder with about 3 big blinds. But he spun it back up.
If Grinder can get up to, you know, one more, we'll call it, one more double up to 30 million at this table.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna move.
Watch out.
You're gonna be moving if nobody does.
I'm gonna be moving.
He's got the kind of
someone's moving, yeah.
No, actually.
Seat position, the kind of table dynamic where I truly believe he would thrive. I mean, Dunaway is not going to slow down. Mizrachi will eventually end up in a pot with him.
They will collide.
You got Lee out there who's I mean, the guy almost called 6 million pre with deuce 3 suited.
Fast his hand goes.
Was, of course, amateur recreational type player.
Was just out here. Nice pickup for Greg, who lives now in Hawaii. He and Nora have 2 kids, Apollo and Sophia.
6, 7.
Good luck, Dan.
Good luck. What do we got? A color up? What's going on here?
We're gonna move.
We're gonna move some money
just to balance the tables. One of 3 7-handed tables.
Spin it up, bro.
Thank you. Good luck over there. See you at the next one. Good luck, guys.
We wish him the best.
Yeah.
Make sure his
Better luck,
mom
as
has
they
a good
say.
seat, a good viewing area over there.
Raise 1.2.
Greg the 9-7.
You see it, right, with Greg? I mean, you've been able to now watch and cover him for quite a while. Everything about this kid, the demeanor, the posture, gives nothing away. Just his presence at the table, and of course the skill set.
6-3. Nothing doing here. Again, Dunaway now our chip leader. Hallaert in second. Adam Hendricks at one of the outer tables is in third.
You see Tony, I mean, he's got some thoughts swirling around up there. Maybe saving it for later down the road against Dunaway. He was soaking up everything, the speed of the bet, where it came from, the texture.
What did you start the day with? 51.
Well, the first hour and a half of play, 0 knockouts. Last them about 20 minutes, 3 of them. Bang, bang, bang.
Wasn't there a song like that? I just want to.
Oh,
right?
that one. I was not thinking.
I don't.
That one,
When
but
you said it, it
yes,
sounded like that
yes.
song. I haven't heard it in years.
I was thinking of the Ariana Grande, Jessie J, Nicki Minaj one.
What?
Bang, bang, dun, 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 dun.
Listen, when you for Bang Bang Bang, and you said you were thinking of our.
No, I was thinking of their
Some
song.
things are better left not said on air.
Fair.
What is their song?
I think it's called Bang Bang.
You like to sing a lot. You know it. You have a little.
I did gave you a little bit.
You did?
Yeah, I was like bang bang ba da da da. Dun, dun.
Oh. No, I don't know it. I don't think I know that one.
Don't know it? That's terrific.
Doesn't Wolfgang usually bang people after
Yeah,
he
he
busts
does.
them?
He does. He does. Yeah.
He bangs everybody.
Yeah. Gets a lot of banging in.
Yeah.
Excuse me. It's been better than it was yesterday, though. I'm trying to, like, hold it to, like, 1 every 5.
Got contagious.
Guerra opens here with 8s. Hallaert.
Opponent's sick.
Ace queen suited. Guerra starting the hand with about 20 bigs.
I think you got me sick, Hunter. Huh? You got me sick. I'm
That
kidding.
felt a little bad.
I'm just serious.
It's good. Always have to.
3-bet
It's
to
such a cough, everybody has it.
3.1.
It's like going around. You'll be fine in 2 days. Keep your head up.
Dunaway.
Holy cow.
Squeezing ace-king.
In the midst of this light-hearted gesture back and forth with Tony Gregg, he looks down at ace-king with a raise and a 3-bet. 1 and 2 in chips. Dunaway and Hallaert.
$7.8.
The cold 4-bet is 7.8 million. That'll clear Guerra from the proceedings.
He very well, by the way, may have put it in over the top
Yeah,
of Kenny
absolutely.
Hallert's 3-bet. And now Kenny what is happening? Ace queen suited, beautiful premium holding, but up against the chip leader in Dunaway. Puts in the cold 4. Does Kenny think that Dunaway would do this with, you know, ace deuce, ace 5 suited, ace, all the ace wheel? I don't know. Already, this stack of more than 50 million is worth a great deal of money. Kenny's saying, I've got position, ace, queen of diamonds. My hand is simply too good to fold. I need to take a flop.
Two of the biggest stacks in the room collide here. 18 million in the middle. 10, 9, 7 with 2 spades. Nobody's dream flop.
Immediate concern from Dunaway. The fact that Kenny came along for the ride, facing a 4-bet, you start to assign a lot of hand. Meanwhile, as we can see, Kenny Hallaert has, I would say, the stone bottom of his range that he's electing to call a 4-bet with, being ace-queen suited.
Check, check.
Neither
Turn
player
3 spades.
too comfortable. And it's hard to sort of get inside what both these guys are thinking. If Dunaway had, let's give him aces in the small blind, I think he would also be checking.
Maybe, yeah.
Out of position, thinking, all right, this pot is already massive. Kenny can have all the 10s, the 9s, the pot, probably not 7s, but can have pocket 9s, pocket 10s. Just demonstrating pot control. Both players spadeless.
And check, check once more. River 6.
It's a world in which the proceedings just, we check it all the way down. Kenny might feel that it has enough showdown value. Maybe some of the time we chop. If he does bet, he's targeting exactly this, right? It's ace-king and it's the other chops. The other holdings of ace-queen.
Does check back.
Yeah.
Dunaway will be thrilled to pick this one up. And to extend his chip lead, he's up to more than 76 million.
This can do no wrong. And you saw Guerra, he was thinking, oh, man.
Ah. Swing it over to our secondary feature. All in and a call. Tomas got just about all of it in pre-flop with the ace-8 against Hendrix's ace-queen. Tomas gonna need some form of runner-runner. Well, that's one form in line to a chop. The deuce chops it up. Everything else, Hendrix scores the KO. And that will do it for Tomas Schwartzberg. I mean, to go 30th or better, to go 30th and 21st 2 years in a row, that's outstanding.
Yeah, this kid's filthy. He's been really, really fun to watch throughout the duration of our coverage.
Bravo.
Tremendous player. Class act, too. Hugs, handshakes for everybody.
You know what I mean.
And then there were 20 left, all fighting for that first place prize of $10 million. We will hit the final table today.
You know, it also, the type of lenses, spectacle shape that Schwartzberg is rocking.
Yeah.
You know, that particular style, very few can pull it off.
And he's one of them.
There's that type, and then the only other one that really comes to mind was like Dahmer. I don't know if you saw, that was the classic. So he's on the other side of the coin.
Gotcha, yeah,
You know,
right,
great
right.
player, good-looking kid. Worth noting. Back to the action. Proceedings here, I believe Kenny Hallaert opened to 1.2 million. Tony Gregg flats the nines.
Fires here on the flop. $1.2 million.
I don't think we can really go anywhere. Not with the ace of spades, not with this exact hand, ace king.
Hallaert agrees. Turn is an 8. Checked once more to Gregg.
This is really nice recognition by Gregg. There's not a lot of hand
3.6
that is ever going to do anything more than just check call, given the line that Kenny Hallert's taken. He check called flop, and if he actually had something within reason, which ace king might certainly be the case, it's always check calling. It's never check raising. Gregg's going to pick it up.
Thank you.
That'll send these players off to break, but we are not quite done yet.
What do we have, Jeff?
As we go to our secondary feature, last hand still going on. How about this for Bojovic? Return trip sevens. Wants to get more in now. Can't blame him, but does look like that will be that. Nice start to the day for Luka Bojovic. Entered day 8 with about 34. And now finds himself as one of the top stacks at the main event. As we look at the leaderboard presented by PokerStars, Dunaway and Hendricks really have created some separation from the rest of the field. Take a look at some of the shorter stacks. Ponce de Leon in 18th. It's day 8 of the World Series of Poker main event, and our coverage will continue next.
I'm not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player.
Stop showing off, mate. Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
Well, Tomas, difficult for this run to come to an end, but how would you describe what this experience has been like?
Oh, it's always amazing. The main is just so unique. And I got 30th last year, so being here again, I mean, still bittersweet not getting what we all want, which is at least final table or winning. But yeah, happy with the run, happy with how I played, and try again next year.
And something unique about this run was you're playing with Diego, one of your friends. I know the whole group chat came to support. What was that experience like? Seems pretty once in a lifetime.
Yeah, it's really amazing to have a friend and playing with him. I also had another friend, not Mexican, but lives in Mexico, which we played together also. Yeah, it's just amazing to share this experience with friends.
Great run at it. Thank you for your time.
So are the final 40 some odd, 240,000. The payout band will be broken and 60,000 will be added. Officially 40.
And right away we see Arai putting Mizrachi in a spot.
Yeah, look at this.
Do you have the line for us up to this date?
And Arai opened to 600, which was a click. Mizrachi defended his big with the queen 9, flop top pair. Check called $500,000 on the flop, then check called 2.2 with the double gutter to go with that top pair on the turn. Pot grew, and then on the river, the third barrel from Arai. 5.2 million, and in terms of sizing in relation to that 7 million that was out there, does this third barrel read value or desperation?
I would say it just reads a difficult size to navigate against. It could be value, it could be a bluff. It does get through the ace, such a great card to bluff. Bravo, sir. This Araya has shown a lot of
to play some big pots.
Chutzpah? Yes, wow, look at you. Look at you, Ali. Say a word at the same time as me again, my friend. See what happens.
Good shot, straight draw, and the backdoor clubs, of course, that which motivated the 7 high to fire. All right. Part of that Japanese delegation that has rolled very deep.
Here with Octavian Vogel, who told me that you're playing the main for the first time. You free rolled into this thing. How?
Yeah. So a couple of months ago, my wife and I were talking about if we should come all as a family, and then we had a few things come up at work, and we're like, nah, we won't do it. And then I played like some mystery bounty tourney on GG, and one of the bounties was a ticket into one of the satellites, and then I won the satellite. So then I said, it's not transferable, now we have to go. So picked up the kid and wife, and yeah, over we came. First time in the main, yeah, going pretty well.
So what's the response right now from your kids, your wife, your friends that are watching? Because it's day 7 and you're very much alive.
Yeah, so my wife, I flew out 3 days earlier to play a little bit, and then my wife came with our 3.5-year-old on like a 24-hour flight. And now she had to fly back with the 3.5-year-olds. I feel very bad about that. She's a trooper. And now she's worried that if I go make the final table, she's going to have to come again with the 3.5-year-old. So right now, I'm kind of really feeling bad for my wife.
Hey, that would be a good problem to have, though. I'm just curious in general, this experience, what is it like? How would you describe it to someone who's dreamed of playing the main event? 'Cause you're doing this for the first time.
It's everything I hope for and more, obviously. Like, wouldn't have thought that I'd go that deep straight away in the first main event. But yeah, it's an amazing experience. Obviously, like, this is the best event of the year. WSOP is everything everybody dreams of. So yeah, it's been awesome.
Good luck to you. I'm going to send you back to your seat. Hopefully your wife has to book that flight, by the way.
I hope so too, yeah.
Thanks for the time.
I hope they let him know if he was missing hands. That was a while there. Oh my.
Well, hang on. What do we have here?
Going on with 3 players in the hand.
There's no. I didn't say anything about the hand. What are you talking about?
There's 3 players in the hand, and there's speech going on.
There's no speech. I didn't say anything about my hand. I'm saying the 2 people was all in. I didn't say anything about my hand. Why are you trying to be a nuisance, Kenny? You're sponsored PokerStars Pro. You're embarrassing yourself.
Was the razor
I didn't say that
Kasu
about it.
flatted?
I'm stating a fact.
Oh,
I've called,
hang
so
on,
obviously I have a hand.
O'Malley.
That's all I said. So I'm not wasting time tanking with nothing like 7 deuce because I've called pre-flop. That's my point, right? That's all I'm trying to say. I didn't say anything about my hand or their hand. Just to clarify.
And we see at the blinds
Trying to get me a penalty.
getting it in.
You should know better than that. As a sponsored PokerStars Pro, it's embarrassing. I just stated the fact, that's all. I wasn't even talking to them. And you're not in the hand, so please don't make any comments. Thank you.
I'm in this tournament. I have the right to.
Yeah, but don't try to call the floor on me. I'm talking about the hand. Don't give them wrong information. Don't lie to the floor.
You
is
said
what
it
I'm saying.
before, Ali, that
I was just stating a
Hallaert
fact.
might.
I got a hand because I called pre-flop. It's not rocket science.
He's speaking, he's just wasting time thinking.
I'm not wasting time. Have a look at my. You want to come have a look at my hand? Okay, don't worry.
Clock appears to be the single-syllable antidote to all that ails.
Yeah, I wonder how many times that word has been uttered.
Countless. By the way, I did say it was a raise and a call. Then we saw the 4-bet and the jam as ace-king and 2 10s collide. The hopes of Milomem hang on 20 miles. And ace-king has already managed to upset a pocket pair on the day here at this very table, but on this occasion, it isn't looking quite as likely. Queen 4 deuce, spade coverage for Vecino with the 2 overcards. 10.7 million chip
My point was,
pot.
I wasn't wasting time, Kenny. I'm not in hand.
Murillo,
Okay, I'll explain to Kenny.
Milomem
I was trying to explain to Kenny. Okay.
finds a cozy turn. And the whole of Palermo, Brazil, is anti-sweating an ace or king. And they've done so successfully. His wife, Luana, embraces.
Nice hand. You see,
There
you
you
double
go.
up.
No, let it out, brother.
You
Yes,
wanted a free
sir.
water. Now you double up. Nice hand, mate. Nice hand. Nice hand. See, the free water helps.
At
When you guys get hit
their
by the deck
respective words, but what doesn't this guy do?
Yeah.
You know? That's very
Talent's aplenty.
impressive, though, you know? And here he is trying to win the main. He might add main event winner to all of these.
Well, earlier this summer, Mizrachi added 4-time Poker Players Championship winner. If you want to talk about impressive resumes, when it comes to poker, he has made his case, and the ace-queen making its own here. 6 1/4, the open. Mangini, king-jack offsuit. First observations of Jared on the day, just shy of $1 million in career tournament earnings for the 37-year-old businessman, originally from Snowshoe, West Virginia. That's a state that's given us one of poker's finest, Jason Kuhn, famously from the Coal Belt.
Very much, and choosing to 3-bet a hand that does 3-bet a lot. Will it work against the grinder? We'll find out. Does Mr. Gibbons want to take a stand with these 9s?
Raise and 3-bet in front of us, obviously some tarnish on an otherwise attractive holding.
You would think he's out, especially given the positions of Mizrachi and Mangini.
Margets now, Leo. Last woman standing in the event. King 10 suited. Not enough. Now back around to Mizrachi. He doesn't waste any time. 4-betting to 8.5 million. Boy, that came in quick.
You know he had his mind made up. I've always loved that about the grinder.
He's just telling this gentleman it's going to be for your life if you want to dance. And the ace-queen in particular, Nick, we find varied sentiments about that specific holding. Ace-jack less so, but that one is the cuspiest in terms of do we just step aside or do we activate? And we can see the grinder with the aggressive reputation choosing the latter.
I was noodling over whether. Nice hand, Michael.
That says a nice hand. It's a nice raise.
To qualify jam. If I jam nine big blinds in your ass, you have enough?
Wish you did.
Ace tray. No bueno. Has Beckenstein gone to the cold neck towel?
Everything good?
You know, I don't know if that's a cold neck towel, but perhaps.
Everything's great.
You know, I've driven by some construction sites out here in the Vegas Valley over the summer, and that's
I don't know. It's good for me.
that's an oft-utilized technique. And the lights are hot out there, Nick. You know this. You play on that feature, you know, it gets toasty. Guerra applying a toast with Jack 10 offsuit. Margets in the small.
You know, sometimes an idea for Margets here is to favor shoving slightly lower pairs for kind of anti-blocker properties and calling sometimes the 6s through 8s, perhaps. It's all close and murky, but and for the grinder in the face of the cutoff open small blind flat, looks like he's cutting out the squeeze.
Yep.
And if he does, Margets may go with these 7s in the form of a back jam.
Guerra most certainly will not be a part of this as Mizrachi brings the altimeter to 2.5 million.
I don't believe nobody anymore.
You gotta stop playing Little League ball sometime, bro, you know.
And there it is, as you suspected, Margets wagging a finger in the face
Ladies,
of Mizrachi's.
gentlemen, good luck.
Updates being delivered promptly by Leo to her rail as she's got the best of it. Delighted to know that.
Yeah, but she should have folded. I 3-bet. She's called this moment. She called it all off. A7.
The Barcelona native, professional poker player, podcast host, poker coach.
Vamos.
2 million plus in career tournament earnings with a 4% advantage. Looking to avoid getting grinded.
What do you have, 5 million?
Yeah, 6. Cost 5 points.
You on 5? I'd never seen you call in the small blind before.
I don't speak, you know, but I believe she said set, although he has the Broadway draw working.
She wants a queen, she said.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't it. No reina. No gracias. 10 doesn't change a thing. Plenty of sets of fingers are crossed back on that rail. Let's keep it queen free, dealer. Por favor.
Oh, yes.
And that'll work. Was that the grinder, by the way? Just
I don't think it was. I think it was Gibbons, who's definitely not huge double for Margets. Embraces the rail.
Oh, yeah, they're loving it.
Like flatted, I raced to 2.5.
What a moment for her, by the way. She has a bracelet, Nick, from the fashion to go to an all-in and a call over at table C. What are the particulars? There it is, Boyevich and Hesse, kings against ace-king. Boyevich, the covering stack, that is the good news. The bad, of course, we can see on our screen. 18 and change in the middle. Will the dreaded ace magnets draw the needle? They will not. Queen, Jack, 8. Oh, no. On the turn, it isn't the 10, but rather the ace that dashes the hopes for the time being of Hesse. A single king is the only path to victory, a 10 to carve it up. And instead, is a 5, and that hurts.
What a run from Hesse. It's 240 waiting at the window.
Man, right? How have you got 2 haters to that side? Do you know these women?
I believe the woman in yellow just mouthed, "I hate you."
I do not envy your life. If you live with these women, God bless you, man. God bless you. God bless you. I wish you all the luck in the world. God bless you. Are you with these 2 women? You don't know them? So you got a hater either side? They're amazing, but they both hate me and you like me. This is what I mean, thin line between love and hate. It's the thin, I don't know, it's the thinnest of lines. Thin line, love, hate, thin line. It really is, it really is. You can tell just from the rail. Hater, lover, hater, lover, hater.
The thinnest of things right now is the ice upon which Kasuf is treading.
Hater, lover, hater, in between. You love it. You love punishment, right? Why are you standing in between 2 haters? Just curious, bro. Just curious. I love the
Hooks
look.
for Vecino.
You're looking like a boss. The whole camera crew's on you. You're standing in between the 2
Shout out to
hating
Eric
women.
Ridgway, Bottled Water OP, and Christina Thomas, who all stepped in promptly to advise that that little character with the fists, the rock, is from Pokemon. Nick, Geodude is what he's called.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Well. Get both their numbers. And we'll go double dating. We'll go double dating.
Oh, I don't know if that's going to
I've
work.
never dated a hater. Never dated a beautiful hater like one of these 2. Beautiful, beautiful. How much is this?
Kasuf, I
Do
mean...
you have any haters? Have you met any beautiful haters like this on the road? Unbelievable. Most beautiful haters in the world. God bless America.
By the way, honey, any region of the world, I know how to say 9 high like a boss.
Yeah. Nemitz, ace-king, problematic spot for him. Similar stack depth to Vecino.
It's just going in. Good luck, gentlemen.
Haven't said his name much on the day. Stefan Nemitz, hometown of Vienna, Austria, now lives in Perkersdorf, Austria. Just shy of $1 million in career tournament earnings. Professional poker and soccer player. Bachelor's degree in sports management and good taste in quarter zips, if I do say so myself. So the 3-bet, which we all anticipated, does come in. We're off to the races. 9.6 million in the middle. Nemitz covering slightly.
Kokosnüsse, Kokosnüsse. Keine Nüsse, die Kokosnüsse, oder? Das ist das. Was ist das? Das ist nicht die Kokosnüsse, oder?
Let's see after that.
$987. Not what we had in mind with ace-king.
That's more fun, right? You take 3 of clubs, right?
Overpair in the gutter.
3 of clubs. You guys happy? 3 of clubs? Deutschland, for Deutschland.
Juan Carlos.
Affe. Los. 3 of clubs.
Holding.
King of clubs. There you go.
No longer, though.
Not the club coming, there you go.
Club
That's
coverage for Nemitz. As from the heavens, he finds the bigger pair and the nut flush draw. A 10 or a jack, non-club.
2 outer.
This is all that will rescue Vecino.
Good game.
Instead, running top 2.
Pair, just like me, top 2 pair. The Kokosnüsse. You see,
leaves
you had the free
Nemitz.
water and you didn't want to fight me. You see how love.
Hauling in the spoils.
You and him both going to win. Nice hand. Nice hand. What did I tell you?
GG's as he awaits official accounting and adds 240,000 to his career tournament earnings of 1.4 million.
Kindness goes a long
Originally
way.
from Malaga, now lives in Cardiff, Wales.
goes to shot.
Gotta be at risk.
Yeah. And
Couple of 9s for Margets.
She seems to be surging here.
yeah.
A click. Now, Mizrachi has been pesky and obviously a force to be reckoned with. Direct left, unpleasant presence. This doesn't look like a flat. And you know, I don't think either of us are surprised, and perhaps none of you at home either. The grinder set.
We started the day with 24. Freitas out. Schulze gone. Nemetz eliminated. And Tomas says his goodbyes. That means we have 20 left at the 2025 World Series of Poker main event. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks, Natalie Bodie on the sidelines for us throughout the course of the day. We are getting closer and closer to our final table.
It's 20 left. The main event. Woo! 360 dimes. That remains the payout for a couple more spots. Top 17. It's going to jump up to 450.
And in 2 more eliminations, we'll be down to 2 tables. Braxton Dunaway claimed the chip lead in the last level. Starts this level with the king-queen suit at 400K, 800K, 800,000 big blind ante.
I don't think the small grinder can really be peeling here, but you never know with Mike.
Okay, he's out. You hear the roars in the background. We'll get to all that. We're out. Dunaway picks up the first pot of this level. Okay, over to our secondary feature, Chris Dombrowski all in and at risk with the king-jack suited against Leo Marget's ace-jack.
Great spot for Leo, but man, this is rough for Dombrowski.
Started the day with 11 million in chips. And is in some real trouble here as it comes ace-7-6. Plenty of turns, just lock it up for Leo. Including that one. Good game, Chris Dombrowski. Eliminated in 20th for his best career score, $360,000. Class act on his way out. As Margets approaches 30 million in chips. Of course, it's perhaps unfair to place so much pressure on the last woman standing, but we all know what kind of significance it would have if she was able to make it to the final table.
I mean, we had a very similar sensation a year ago.
We did.
With Chrissy.
Her run just oh so short of that final table, eliminated in 13th. Guerra, king 8, blind versus blind. Gets a little trickier when you consider that we are 2 away from a $90,000 pay jump. Guerra may not be super familiar with the No Limit Texas Hold'em scene, but he's very familiar with the poker tournament scene.
Raise.
Goes with it with the king 8.
7 million. The raise is 8.5. It's not.
Hallaert with the ace 5.
And we have a call.
And here we go. Hallaert about a 60-40 favorite to bring us down to our final 2 tables.
Ace 5. Ace 5. All in for king 8.
Understandable collision, of course.
Yeah.
Can I see that from here?
Was it 9.9? Is that what I was saying?
8.6. Hold on. Wait,
I'm gonna do a
5.
King in the window as it comes king, queen, jack.
Huge flop for Guerra.
Hallaert looks for an ace or a 10. The turn is another jack. Guerra, stay alive. He can.
I think it's 8.6.
18 million for Guerra, and we're not done. We're flipping it over now to table C.
A call here. Danny Ashan all in and at risk with kings against queens. Boyovich with the queens.
Oh, no.
My,
no,
7-4, deuce, all hearts. And after the kings versus aces, oh, could we be seeing another wild one for Danny Ashan? Turn is safe. Has to dodge a queen or a heart. And does do just that. Yashan back up to more than 20 million.
Monumental comeback. You know, he lost with kings versus aces earlier. Massive cooler. And he was able to keep the composure, stay in the tournament, run it up. And he's back, 20 million. You can't lose with kings twice this deep in the main.
And still 19 remain.
I didn't see Mom on the rail, did you, in the background there? She's gotta be among us.
You ever dream of playing under the lights at the PokerGO studio? Well, True Classic and PokerGO are giving 15 players a 5K package to compete in a signature end-of-the-year event. Head to trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGO or scan the QR code on your screen to enter. That's trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGO. Tell your story, take your shot. Again, 15 winners of that 5K package, and Michael Mizrachi looks down at 2 kings.
Not a bad hand.
Raised to 1.7.
Up to 1.7.
Just a smidge above the min raise.
Guerra gonna take his time with the pay jump approaching.
Wazzy. Couple of crabs.
Only a 500?
Yeah.
And will defend. Ace 7-5.
Okay.
Player checks.
Grinder doesn't love it that it has come ace high.
Player checks.
Turn brings another 5. Waz started the day with 9.5 million in chips. Started this hand with 27 million, thanks in part to doubling up through the grinder. It's ace queen versus Mizrachi's ace jack earlier.
1.8.
Scary bet.
The lead for 1.8.
It's a sort of scary, effective bet. If he had an ace, I think he would bet. If he had trips, he would bet. Grinder doesn't believe him. Little chit chat. Not sure what he's snacking on over there, but.
River jack.
Would imagine he's hoping that this just can get to check territory.
Let me finish my sandwich. I'll think
There it
about
is. Sandwich.
Well, he contemplates.
Just thinking about a value bet, I guess.
Two kings.
Decides to check back. Those kings are good. Okay, grinder up to more than 18 million.
Yeah. A little bit of roast beef.
I love it. The guy's just having a blast. Riding the roller coaster, which has steeper inclines and declines than most, if you're Michael Mizrachi.
I don't think it's egg salad. Probably not a tuna fish guy.
Dunaway approaching the 80 million mark. Opens here at the King 6 suited. Dunaway at 78. Hendricks 67. Hallaert, who started the day with the chip lead.
Yeah, that's really the
35.
The most notable separation, 1 and 2 in chips, and then everyone else, bit of a fall off. And really, it's Dunaway with that runaway chip lead at the moment.
Then our shortest stacks, we'd go Diego Ponce de Leon at about 10 million. And everybody else, it seems, with 18 or more.
We talked about at the top of the show how smooth and easy of a ride it's been for Kenny Hallaert. Today, really the first time we've seen the resistance, you know, the variance. Now winning the all-ins. He was ready for this. He knew it's just never easy. I think mentally, he was prepared. You know, this stuff happens in poker. In the biggest event in the world, on the grandest stage.
He's been there to witness all of it. A couple deep main event runs.
Just one hand at a time. That's all you can do.
As the rails continue to get bigger on the biggest stage in poker. At the greatest poker tournament in the world. That's where we thank you all so much for joining us, for being a part of this main event experience with us. We'll play down to a final table. Alina Jad and Nick Schulman will be your voices in the booth to lead you that direction. Take a day off tomorrow, then be back for 2 days of final table coverage, where Nick Wright from FS1's First Things First and the What's Right podcast will join us.
Yeah. Excited about that. By the way,
pumped.
You remember the young gun from Pennsylvania I talked about? What?
Yeah, Ozamak.
Ozamak over there. I believe I said that he was a Duquesne flyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. I should know this as an A10 guy from the St. Bonaventure. It's the Dayton Flyers in the Duquesne Dukes.
Oh, yeah. How out of all the people to mess that up?
I never get that wrong. Not with the A10. Shout out to my guy on Twitter, Matthew Schwade, who pointed that out.
I feel like sometimes you ask me during college basketball season, you're like, hey, are you watching Duquesne and Dayton right now? I'm like, no, I'm not.
I just assumed that everybody is
locked into the
great
A10.
game. Knicks guy, LeBron James, you probably heard of him.
Yeah.
LeBron has
I
a
have,
special connection with the Duquesne Dukes. Sent them all a bunch of sneakers, got involved with the program. They made a
Really?
run in March. Yeah, yeah. By the way, LeBron James in Vegas.
Yeah.
At the Win last
Playing some
night.
poker,
That's what I heard. And then a bunch of the Spurs, Wemby,
Yeah,
they're all playing poker inside Aria.
Okay.
Maybe next year, fellas, play the main event.
Okay.
What are we doing?
Yeah, you got time to do it in July. You can catch some summer league games as well while you're out here. Check, check. Kings and sevens. Now Kenny goes to work. 2.5 million. Winner for the PokerStars Ambassador, PokerStars Live Events Advisor. Been a part of the industry both as a player, a tournament director, and advisor for so long. Started really taking the game seriously back in 2005.
I think everybody likes Kenny.
I think so too.
No enemies, except maybe Kasuf.
Too expensive.
You just got too excited, huh?
Nah, just it was glued, the chip.
Over to our secondary feature when
Nah.
the Mexican flags fly.
Not really.
For their guy, Diego Ponce de Leon.
I don't get excited anymore playing poker. That is past.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You're dead inside.
I am. My girlfriend told me the same.
Margets to queens. To 1.6. Oh my.
Whoa.
Diego Ponce de Leon with 2 jacks.
Unavoidable. Just has to go in the queen of the main event, Leon Margets, waiting.
Ponce de Leon waiting. But we all know what's coming.
Clean.
And there it is.
Call.
There's the call. Here we go.
Oh, qué cooler, güey.
Damas.
Jacks, queenas.
Jotas.
Jacks versus Queens.
Queens.
23.6 million in the middle. As the rails rev up.
No, no pasa nada, no pasa nada.
Great moment there.
Yeah, I love that.
Little hug.
Terrific sportsmanship displayed by both.
Vamos!
Ou seja, se ganhas isto, dás-me 250k. Se ganhar isto, 250k. É isso?
King 6-3. Safe for Margets.
Não temos mais nada, um aperto de mão é o que chega.
Feel like this place will go ballistic no matter what the outcome is. The turn is a deuce. Both Margets and Ponce pretty rowdy rails. If no jack arrives, we're down to 2 tables at the main. Diego out in 19th. That's what it's all about right there at the end.
Well played. Thank you. Nice playing with you.
Played so well. Too, man.
Thank you.
Bright future for the 25-year-old, to say the least.
Mas eu sentia, sabes, ela estava...
Saw the passion, can still see it. Embracing everybody on his way out. Well-deserved round of applause.
A well-deserved round of applause, well-deserved form of celebration for the Margets rail.
I was
She is one table away from making history.
It went well. That you, no? Are you happy?
That I fold?
27th, 16 years ago. In the top 18 at the main this year.
The spot will be the same. I 3-bet, the stacks, you go over and I fold. It saves me some.
5 of the 7. Oh, it's redraw, huh?
Everybody that loves this game, that plays.
I'm good.
Vamos meter 2 na FT?
There's a redraw at 18.
So we might move.
But that is once all hands are completed at our other tables. The action on the main stage is not over just yet. As Gregg opens here, Dunaway calls on the button, and Mizrachi has 2 queens in the big blind.
What a spot for the grinder.
Y'all in a 17.8.
The jam for a little more than 20 bigs. Gregg counting out his stack. Our 9's just too good for Gregg.
He says yes.
They are indeed.
Yes,
And here we go. 38.4 million in the middle.
A grinder gets it in pure.
A 4-1 favorite. Queens versus 9s.
Fold that.
Everybody up. 10-3 deuce. Safe for the grinder. Who about an hour and a half ago was down to less than 2 million in chips. The turn is a jack.
This place is going to erupt. If it's no 9.
Can't watch. To go from the shortest stack to one of the biggest stacks in the room. With 18 left in the main. 6 on the river. The grinder revives. I don't think I can remember a more dramatic 2 hours or so for one single player in main event history.
That's what makes this guy so special.
So we're down to 2 tables in the main. That comes with the elimination of Diego Ponce de Leon, and he is standing by with our Natalie Bodie.
Diego, you come to Vegas for the very first time. You satellite into the main event. You finish 19th. How do you describe the last week or so of your life?
I think it's the best week of my life, honestly. I came to Vegas in mind of playing other events. Last Friday, I woke up, I said, I'll do the 145 landmark. I won it, and then I went to the 1100 landmark, and thank God I won it. So it was a dream come true for me to play the main event and to have this deep run. I mean, I only dreamt about it, so I feel very blessed.
I know you quit your job just a couple months ago to pursue poker professionally. It's a pretty good finish to kick that off. What will be most memorable about this moment?
I think all the support that I have from home, from people in the Royal as well, but mostly from home. Everybody was sending very good messages. I received a lot of calls, very good people supporting me. I feel very blessed. I thank God for this opportunity. I hope I can do this deep run again. I'll keep on working, keep on studying. This doesn't end here. I'll check my mistakes, everything I did wrong or that I could have done better. I'll come stronger.
Thank you for the time. Congrats on the run.
Thank you, Natalie. I mean, Brett, how do you not love this guy, huh?
I mean, that's the heart, the charisma, the young vibes here at the main event. We'll see Ponce back.
Says he's back to work. Quite the career is in store for Diego. What a spin up, by the way, from the Saddies to 19th in the main. We take a look at the leaderboard presented by PokerStars. Dunaway and Hendricks lead the way at the main with just 2 tables left. We redraw to seat everybody left. Tony Gregg enters the final 18 as our short stack. More main event coverage still to come.
Together after.
But yes, perhaps Kasuf can, you know,
benefit.
Yes, maybe if the person who just sent that to us could find Kasuf.
Stevie offering Proverbs 10:19. You'll enjoy this, Nick. When words are many, sin is not absent, but he who holds his tongue is wise.
I like that. Very nice, Stevie. Thank you. And by the way, you know, you yourself could perhaps internalize such a sentiment.
See, I thought what you were going to say is I myself could perhaps don the robe and take the pulpit and deliver these sorts of, you know, wisdoms.
Jack 7 off for Schwartzberg in the cutoff.
I'd run a wicked church, by the way. We'd have a lot of fun. You know, I would embezzle clearly, you know, as many reverends do, deacons, whatever. You know, I don't know the whole hierarchy out there, but like Joel Osteen, move over.
Yeah. Yeah.
God wanted me to have this Learjet, you guys.
Hallaert puts the blinds in.
Yeah. He wants to have a go with the King 9. Stepping onto the tarmac.
I like this from Kenny. I think you could just go for regular raise as well, perhaps. But maybe this is just better. And for Pupo, we would imagine he's gone. And it's a little bit ironic to say in light of the Kasuf situation, but certainly players are wise to take their time and just think things through, because the fatigue must be so intense at this juncture that, you know,
contemplative rubbing of the palms here, suggesting that there is genuine consideration being given to the notion that Hallaert may not be ahead of this King 5 suited. As we can see, he very much is.
Well, I think Pupo's instincts are that Hallaert is shoving wide, but just the king and the 5. Looks like he is gone. Oh.
Looks can be deceiving, as he's not out of there just yet.
And forgive me, I missed that Kassouf is gone. The big blind is not here right now. My brain just processed this as the small and big being at the table, as it is a little bit rare for the big blind simply to be missing. But of course, Kassouf is gone. So this is a lot closer for Pupo.
You know, I didn't clock that as well. The consideration is deeply differentiated from
much different,
circumstances.
And it is in. He'll see the bad news to be dominated. Good luck, sir.
Potentially disastrous outcome, and in a strange way, Kassouf, in his absence, has still influenced things here at the table.
Very much so.
Giovanni Pupo needs some divine intervention. 28% equity, though. Hallaert looks unbothered, and
it feels dire when Kenny is munching on the sort of homemade salad.
Believe, is that goat or blue?
Okay, we have some chop possibilities.
3-3-4, the king highs could carve it if another 4 said hello. The 5 is of some utility as it stands. There's Matt Moore, who made a deep run in this one as well. Third 3. Now there are other paths to the chop. 10, Jack, Queen, Ace. Another 4, another 3.
And it is a chop.
There is the ace. Merciful exhalation. And there's some relief on his rail. I believe that's his wife, Amanda, in the white and blue dress there. Normal circumstances, I feel, you know, as a all-in brewing. Particulars being efforted. Chad Power powerless against the ace-king of Tony Gregg here. You know, most of the damage was done away from these borders with regard to this specific exchange, but I don't think it's lost on Chad how dire the straights are for him here. 1.65 desperately. Now 3 million after the Gregg 3-bet. I'm sorry, I thought this was already kind of we're on our backs, but clearly not the case.
And a decision for the button with 7, certainly. Power all in for...
Oh.
Okay, here we go.
This is Adrian.
The decision has been made.
Zakowski of Bois Colombes, France. I'm sure I'm butchering this. 7 years of poker under his belt and just 3K in career earnings, taking a stand and a prospective triple on the horizon for him. As Gregg snaps, Power obviously likes the prospects of putting a beat on for 3x as opposed to 2.
The mercy of the deck, Ali. See what she has in store for us.
Over at his rail. Plenty of support being offered. This is a very fleet-footed photographer. Yesterday, I caught a glimpse of the long lens, just hurriedly getting in and out of there.
Oh.
King 8-5, and Tony Gregg is poised to claim 2 pelts. He knows it, but he also knows better than to get excited prematurely here. Nestled between the 8 and the 5 is Zikowski.
Oh,
straight
power.
draw on offer, but yes, Nick, power now.
Power somehow.
Is a queen or a 7 available to the 2 men who desperately need to find something? One of them guaranteed to bust. And now it's official. They're both out of here.
Gentlemen, 33 left. Chad, good game, sir.
A lot of love coming their way.
And Adrian, good game as well. 300 G's now waiting for them at the window.
How about the 9.25 million? No longer waiting to be awarded. It parks itself in front of Tony Gregg, a threat, no doubt. There it is. Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, what 2 kisses, by the way.
Response to that kiss, Ali said, okay, you know.
She didn't quite get predominantly celebratory. P-Funk says it's amazing when the dude whose strategy is to tilt other players gets tilted and crashes out.
Not the next hand. When he's the big blind, that's the first.
On the other side of the equation, I chose Rich writes, as annoying as Kasuf might be, he's getting treated unfairly at this point. Other players not getting addressed for calling the clock on him 10 seconds into a hand seems a little targeted. So before we go thinking unilateral are the sentiments.
And then the next hand he still played, but he got a 1-round penalty during that. But he still played it.
Only Alpha 18 also attaching himself in defense of Kasuf, even though he admits he was anti-Will up until some of these interventions. Schulze will be intervening with 7s northbound. 800.
Could see a 3-bet from Schwartzberg. Could even see a fold. Not dying to play a flat here, 33 left, with Hallaert in the big blind covering us so comfortably. But it might be possible. Eyeing the clock.
Schwartzberg giving it a chew from the small here. Obviously, loathsome is the presence of Kenny direct left.
And he is cutting out the 3-bet, and might Schulze be coming over the top.
TBD. These are a couple of very steely operators, by the way. Forgive that the pictures on the screen might have just implied that, absent the
23
declaration.
bigs. It's interesting. Versus the big blind, often we go for the call in the face of this because in theory they're so polar. It's either kind of an amazing hand or something like ace deuce. He does find the jam, and this should do it. Very nice from Schulze.
Costly activation from Schwartzberg, but obviously taking the fight to things is in part how he worked his stack to where it is, and you can't win them all. As the Poker is War gentleman is back here on the rail once more.
They don't believe it, you know.
For the record, I also like the zoo.
Oh,
I don't like being all in versus 2 queens, however. Sat with King 10. These guys know each other so well, go back so far, Nick.
Good luck, Theo.
I don't clue.
Just given that he's covered.
9.8 million in the middle. He finds a 10 and an all-time in the board.
Oh my God.
Grinder as well, but of course.
That's as good as it gets without the king.
Basically a flip right now.
Look at the, it's a flip.
He has queens with the queen diamonds. I have king 10 with the king of diamonds. Ace 10, 3 all diamonds. All diamonds. Or a 10.
How does it always come like this? It's crazy.
Mizrachi.
Oh, 4.6.
I feel like you're
Still
fading
in
it
front
somehow.
for the time being. Myriad outs at the top of your screen, and that's one of them.
So I got to dodge a queen or a jack.
King's up for Theo now. Tables turned. Grinder could 5 out Tran right out of here.
5 out.
Is he gonna end the run? No, King's full for good measure.
Come on,
Painting you
Theo.
lose? How's it possible?
Huge.
Is that the Hamburglers hoodie?
Celebration?
You know, I know you don't do fast food quite as often. The McDonald's, if as a child you walked in, there was, you know, Ronald, and then he had the crew, Grimace. You know, I don't know how long the batteries in the mic are rated to last, but, you know, for Will's sake, I certainly hope it's, I hope we didn't go with those kind of bootleg Kirkland signature deals there, you know, name brand.
Ladies for the grinder.
Being passed along by Mingini from a PokerGO, 9 1/4. Oh, by the way, the added tickle to the min from Grinder here, which sets him up to play progressively larger pots down the way, which is something I think he really likes to indulge in.
I hear you on that, and he's going to be indulging in the 7.25 here. Huge one coming.
Yeah, right. After Mingini found queens and didn't get patronage from Leo Margets, who found a big fold, here he is running into them.
Grinder is queens again. He said.
Queens against ace jack.
Queens versus ace jack. Grinder.
Are you playing inside before, right? Leo Margets, are you playing inside before?
Well, that face says it all for the time being.
I thought they were going to do one of those pre-all-in hugs or embrace, but Grinder just kind of sized him up and kept it moving.
Yeah, I don't think the hug is in play right about now. 32 left in the main.
The Grinder's good on all that.
And he's good with 71% versus 28 as we head to the flop. 15-5 in the middle. And he finds the ace. Does Mingini.
Queen of hearts.
Now we go from hoping to get ahead to anxiously hoping to hold. The heart removes the queen of hearts.
Some drama as we made our way down to 2 tables at the World Series of Poker main event. First in elimination, Margets knocks out Ponce de Leon. And then the double for the Grinder. He's gone from 2 million to about 40. The roller coaster ride will continue as we welcome you back to the event center inside the Horseshoe. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks, Natalie Bodie on the sidelines for us. Taking a look at our tournament summary, 9,735 entries. We are down to our final 18. This summary brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. What a day it's been for Braxton Dunaway, huh?
Yeah, clearly, you know, 75 million, chip leader in the main. I thought you were heading the Mizrachi direction once more.
You have all the millions, right?
Yes.
You know, the ace-jack shove 80, right away, what roughly. Was...
Is that what you asked me?
There's really no other way to put it. It was god-awful.
Not yet, but I'm working on it.
You know, Mizrachi, he's here to put on a show and win the damn main, and he's... on his way to doing both.
I couldn't.
Maksim Pisarenko on the main stage with us. Perati, Mangini, Margets, Dunaway, Hallaert, Veloso, Grinder.
What a table, by the way, with Dunaway, Grinder, Kenny, Margets. This Pisarenko guy, you been following much of him, Jeff?
A little bit.
Yeah, here and
Had him
there.
on the outer tables for the most part,
Great
right?
player, mix. I mean, he plays everything.
There's 1.6.
You got Mangini, that's your Olympian that you were telling me about.
National team. Margets raising on the button with the Jack-10. Our chip leader looks down at ace-7 in the small blind. Nice position for Hallaert to have on this redraw.
This is not what I anticipated. I thought Dunaway was reaching for some raising chips, apply pressure on these button opens. Instead calls with the ace-7 off out of position, which best hand.
994 remains best.
Typically very hard to play post flop, but he got a nice board for his holding with ace high.
Turn brings another 9.
Gets a little sweeter. Just never folding.
Marget's betting here.
2.1.
2.1 million.
Could have probably even considered checking once more, wondering what Dunaway's flatting out of the small blind with. Maybe the bet folds out some of the queen.
Yeah.
Queen X holdings, even some king high.
River ace.
Could be a bit of a dangerous card for Margets. When we bet turn, it's almost like you're telling a story that you're value betting ace high. And yeah, she's gonna try and complete that, but stepping right into it.
As she does bet 3 million.
Dunaway obviously in between raise or call, and looks like he's leaning raise.
Raise. 7.9 million.
The raise is to almost 8 million. Leo folds, Dunaway extends the chip lead. Up to 84 million. From Oklahoma originally, now lives in Midland, Texas, works in the oil and gas industry. A look at how the main stage table is filled out. Dunaway, Hallaert, Veloso, Mizrachi, Gregg, Pisarenko, Perati, Mangini, Margets. Grinder with 2 10s. Interesting dynamics really at both tables. As we can see top of your screen, Dunaway has about 45 million more than anybody else at this table. And at our secondary feature, Hendricks has about 30 million more than anybody else there. With some pretty big pay jumps coming throughout the course of the day. The next elimination results in a 90K pay jump. Veloso defends with the ace-4 off and does outflop Mizrachi here.
Does not have diamonds working. Does Mizrachi as well. You see Veloso also containing the ace of diamonds. Besides, this is just more of a, you know, I know it comes ace, queen, 6, range bet. I'm opening under the gun. He has a lot of the ace, jack, ace, queen, ace, king type holdings. For Mizrachi too, he can probably just have ace 5 off.
Veloso touch check call. Turn brings another 6.
If he bets again with these 10s, he's trying to apply a great deal of pressure to just a queen.
Yeah.
It's very thin, but I've seen it. Does check back. Very nice, Mike.
River 5.
A little more than 6 million out there. Veloso now deciding how much. Some items have missed on the flop that Mizrachi could potentially pick off, but when your hand is the 10 of hearts and the 10 of diamonds,
not cards you want.
Not cards you really want. Those you want your opponent to have had a draw containing those types of tickets. He's definitely thinking about what he still has beat, right? If it was a hand like 5-4 of diamonds, be turning that 5 into a bluff. Plenty of missed flush draws.
Eventually does find the fold. A good fold at that. Good pickup for Sergio Veloso out of Portugal.
Yes, sir.
A look at the payouts brought to you by GTO Wizard. 18th for C360K, then it's a 90K pay jump for everybody else.
And look at 13th, right? I mean, we are so close to more than $500,000.
Joey Padron versus Ruben Correa. Correa with the trip kings. Winner.
Thanks.
Thank you. You did your part very well.
Correa's kind of a character, huh?
Yes. Asked him what his hobbies were. He said winning money. All right.
Yeah.
He's been known as the Brazilian killer.
It's got the rubber ducky going as well,
Yeah.
card protector.
He killed Brazil.
So many of Alaska.
Not anymore.
Extinguished.
Only the OGs.
How did Pedro bust?
The other Portuguese guy is your friend?
Yeah.
Do have an Alaskan pipeline connection here, Jeff. Were you aware? Padron resides in Alaska, and the Iceman,
Yeah.
our chip leader at this table,
Yeah, we got one.
from Alaska.
Padron says the Alaskan poker community, small but very supportive. Hears from a lot of members of that community on a daily basis throughout this main run.
Got to be careful. Those Eskimo private games.
Oh, that's right. They're
Yeah.
lethal.
Is that how Hendricks cut his teeth?
No. I believe he got into poker at college at Virginia Tech.
Another college dropout, or did he actually graduate?
No, he finished.
Good for him.
Better than one. Triple up.
Kings again.
Eskimo Clark wasn't from Alaska, was he?
I don't think so. As Hendricks says ace-jack here.
Ooh.
Rosamond, the 22-year-old, opened with the ace-queen suited.
Queens and it was a flip. The flop.
Hendricks makes the call.
Never easy.
There is.
Queen
Felt like that was
7-3.
Yeah?
When that flop came,
You were on like
it's done.
Like 80-20? Or like
Yeah.
80-20? It felt like.
Like we fully reversed.
Any other tournament, oh well. This one,
Hurts.
you need it.
This hurts. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Rosamond goes small. Hendricks not done just yet.
Of course.
Turn 8. Now does Ozmak want to go fire, fire, fire with the ace-queen?
Sizable second shell.
3.2 million.
It's a bit of a think piece, you know. Hard to continue without any sort of pair or connection to the board. Hendricks looking at that flop. Fires one, fires two. He is heartless, thinking, oh, you know what? If it's hearts, I'm just going to let him get it through. But as we can see, it's top pair, top kick. Are we leaving the igloo and headed elsewhere, or are we remaining?
We'll stay here. We'll take a look at Ozamak's bio board.
Okay.
The rail?
It is indeed presented by Play
seeing
Poker
yourself up there,
Go.
well, yeah.
Crypto investor out of Pennsylvania, the 22-year-old avid golfer. A Duquesne.
Dukes.
Duke.
The Duquesne Dukes.
He doesn't mind.
I've been there. You ever been to Duquesne
No.
University in Pittsburgh? You ever been to Pittsburgh?
I don't think so.
You've never been to Pittsburgh. Good for you.
It was mine?
Yeah.
No, it's a lovely city. It really is.
I don't mind the change.
Hard to be.
Saw a concert there.
Did you really?
University of Duquesne. Yeah.
Who'd you see?
You ever heard of a band called the White Stripes?
Yeah, we went to see them in Vegas. At Cosmopolitan.
No, Jeff, that was the Black Keys.
Oh.
Yeah, what? Little.
Never mind.
Also a great band, but yeah, the White Stripes. Jack White, lead singer, no longer a band anymore. I believe his ex-wife was the drummer. It's a two-man group, tandem. A lot like you and I in the booth.
That's right.
I'm on the guitar, on the vocals. You're just back there pounding the percussion.
We're the White Stripes.
Yes.
Okay, Tony Gregg is all in. Has been called by Muhamet Perati. Gregg with fives. Perati with ace-10. Perati opened in early position. Gregg jammed. And here we are.
Tony's all in for like 9
Easy.
fives.
That's what I thought, yeah. That's old.
Tony's all in for like 9 bigs.
Queen 9-3. Safe one for Tony Gregg.
It's weird, right? He's looking over. I'm looking over.
Turn is an 8. Couple outs added.
It's getting a little sweaty.
Ace Jack or 10, and we're down to 17 as you look at those payouts. Brought to you by GTO Wizard. 90K pay jump on the line. River card is another 8. And Tony Gregg has doubled up. He's at more than 15 million.
Gets the blood pumping for sure.
And it probably takes a lot to get this guy's heart pumping, but that did it.
Yeah, he's feeling it now, right? 18 left, deepest he's ever been in this event. I love to hear that he's sort of fallen back in love with playing poker.
All right, guys, good luck. See you in a little bit.
Thank you.
Which is a problem for
bad for us, but
pretty
good
much
for us.
the entire world. Yeah.
If I raise, you fold.
Well, now through July 19th, it's your chance to save big on the best poker merch in the game. Hit up the PokerGo shop. Use the code WSOP25 at checkout for a deal on gear, on apparel, on show merch like that No Gamble, No Future swag. Online only at shop.pokergo.com. Don't wait, the sale ends soon. Promo code WSOP25. Well, third place at the World Series of Poker main event is this man, Michael Mizrachi. Even though he was in last level with 3 bigs, he's got more than 50 now.
I don't think that he ever counted himself out. In his mind, he's actually always been a chip leader of this tournament.
That's right. Perati started the day with one of the bigger stacks. Does win that one.
Bravo.
Up until today, just touching back on the grinder, he seems so calm, not really ever nervous in any moment, any spot, but that last all in with Queens,
you saw
he
it.
couldn't look at the river, laying down on the ground. You're starting to see even now the effects of the main event at this stage taking its toll on the grinder. He can feel it. He wants this one so bad.
Suited, maybe. Oh, yes, please. Put it here.
Could I get a black coffee also, please?
Been getting king queen.
9.6.
So weird to see it live over there. Huh? I had to look over and see it live. I'm like, is the whole card
Imagine accidentally somebody presses the wrong
Seriously,
button.
like the whole card.
Everybody's there just like in a big pot.
They have an advantage that side of the table.
Raise and take it from McGinney. Entered the day with about 14 million in chips. Had a huge double. Queens versus
And the axe
tens.
would be dead. They would give back the money.
Yeah, just can't cancel.
That happened.
Or just freeze the action and do the showdown.
They won't mess up, don't worry.
No, it's too much at stake. I mean, never say never though, but yeah.
Hallaert ace king. Start of day 7 and start of day 8 chip Lier. Opens here. Ace queen suited is what Perati is squeezing right now. Starting the hand with just a little more than 20 bigs.
Yeah, it's potential dire straits for Perati. This just must go in the middle with ace queen suited.
And it does. And here we go. Hallaert makes the call. 35.6 million in the middle.
Ace king, ace queen.
You see how meaningful this one is too for Kenny. Glasses now up on top of the head. At one point had over 60 million.
Start with one heart.
Ace king.
10-9-3, one heart.
Ace queen.
What do you think is gonna happen?
What's that?
What do you think is gonna happen?
It's gonna come.
Perati entered the day with 50 million in chips. He's all in and at risk here. Sees a queen in the window. So it comes queen 7-3.
Un'altra subito. Still like my chances.
Hallaert still confident. Jack on the turn.
He spoke it into existence,
Broadway
perhaps.
Draw there.
È il 3 di picca. È il 3 di picca.
Needs a king or a 10. Score the elimination. And the river is a king!
He's done it. Remarkably unflappable. Perati just can't believe it.
Takes a picture of that dramatic run out. The ups and downs of that hand end up in the elimination. And Muhamet Perati out in 18 for 360K.
Mario.
Good luck.
Good game. Good play. Good job.
New high score again.
Yeah, it just keeps getting higher.
Kenny Hallaert. You got my favorite.
You see that queen, you think for a second, the dream is alive. Hallaert stone-faced, still a little bit more pain expressed.
And Kenny, you know, it was obviously very happy, but almost at the same time, couldn't you really read into the face of a kind of, sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I hate to do it to you that way.
That false hope you once had on the flop.
Say goodbye to the man they call Super Mario in Italy, Muhamet Perati. He'll go home to his twin girls with 360K.
Hallaert now back to, well, pretty close to what he started the day with.
Yeah, about 57 million in chips.
Raise 1.7. Interest? Still charging interest?
Grinder, queen 7 off.
He's shooting it up from middle position with queen 7 off. Sometimes I think he just gets bored. He's got to be in action.
Winner, easy.
That is
like stupid.
Sounds ridiculous, but like
I think you're right.
You have to earn also. You got to win pots that you had no business winning. That's one for the grinder. He's very good at just. Maybe he's just lucky. I don't know. Don't really advise that one at home, but if you're built like the grinder, go for it.
Easy blind, easy blind.
Easy. King knows the spot when he sees him.
See if anybody looks excited over here.
No way here, right?
No chance. No. Now he's posturing a little bit.
Should have told me.
Ace-9 for Margets in the small. The Winamax Pro limps in. Dunaway, Ace-5 suited.
Thank you.
I know Tony's going to play like 50 too. He's not. I heard him talking.
Margets just hoping to keep the pot a little bit reasonable. You don't want to raise ace-9 out of position into the chip leader and then have him 3-bet right in your eye. And able to now just limp call with the best hand.
Happy to call with the ace-9. So we see a flop of king 10 deuce 2 hearts.
And this is the power of being the chip leader, the power of position. He's able to win on these boards. He doesn't bet. I'm actually very surprised. Maybe now that we've turned the nut flush draw and the wheel draw. But had he bet flop, it's just over.
He will indeed bet turn. To the tune of 2.3. Sorry, 3.5? Yeah. 3.5. Will this end it for Leo? It will. Dunaway up to more than 85 million in chips. Leo Margets, last woman standing. Looking to become the first woman to make a final table. Post moneymaker boom. Kristen Foxton finished in 13th last year for $600K. Excellent runs by Gail Bauman and Elizabeth Thill in 2012. Margets close in 2009.
This is the year. It's
Would
happening.
you look at her bio board presented by Play Poker Go. Coach at Mento Poker, the Winamax Team Pro out of Barcelona.
Not since 1995. There's a woman final table, the main event.
Leo won the closer in 2021 for more than $375,000. Though this would be a better close to a summer.
14-8.
Still have time to play the closer, right? Even if you win the main, or no?
Don't believe so.
No, it's all over.
Greg Merson on the rail, the milkman. Says his best friend in poker is this man, Tony Gregg. Seen the old school guys make runs. Greg, Merson, Theo Tran, Mizrachi,
Yeah,
Hanks.
I was for a few years.
Oh, never mind. You didn't make a run.
What?
You were out very quickly. Just had to double check.
I played a long time.
How long?
What? 3 levels?
3 levels. Good run at it. This is day 8. The main 5 levels a day. Almost got there.
Next year, man.
Yep, next year's the year. You and the Bills.
No, the Bills are this year.
Oh.
Can you just call the action?
Pisarenko raising with the Queen 10. Veloso. 8-7 will defend. And flops the goods.
Wow. Stone buries it.
Good king queen off anyways. Yeah. Nice.
And leads here for $2 million.
Fortunately for Pisarenko, does not have much of a hand to fight with. 2 overs. The 10 is a consideration in your hand to be effective.
Oh,
but
it's
yeah,
painful for Veloso.
it is, because he's going to do that on a variety of boards. I would imagine when it favors him, as far as the texture is concerned, not just whenever he flops the nuts.
Right. Veloso about 29 million. Pisarenko down to about 21.
Raise 1.6.
Now Veloso finds ace-queen suited in the small blind. Just calls.
It's a great price, Grinder. Doesn't go nuts. Come in with the 5. Kind of a dreamy spot in the big blind if you ever hit the 5.
Comes ace-queen 9.
Instead, it's top 2 for Veloso, who only flatted out of the small blind. You can see Dunaway, man. This guy has zero fear. Opening up with Kenny Hallaert on the button, doesn't care. Mizrachi, Veloso out of the small blind, but Mizrachi in the big blind doesn't care. Comes ace-queen 9. Despite it being 3 ways, he bets. See if Mizrachi tries to give Dunaway a taste of his own medicine. Try to hit the red clean 5 on the turn. Doesn't look to be the case.
He's out. Turn is a 7.
Well, this would be a filthy one.
Goes check, check. River 10.
Wow.
Oh, it's a lead super small.
This is really, really something else. The one big blind bet with top 2, absolutely trying to induce. Instead, just as, well, whatever. Here's 800,000 for you, buddy. Let me see it. I want to see what you called me with.
Both had a big hand on the blinds.
Probably got the max, that 800K.
Yeah.
Like in this position.
That's terrible. That's why I'm.
Is there any way they can? I know, put a bit lower the light. It's killing me. Like it's a bit hard. Ah?
Look at the headlines. The grinder, certainly the top one. From just a couple of big blinds to almost 60. What a ride he's been on. Dunaway, the current chip leader. Hallaert and Hendricks have been in the hunt. And then, of course, Leo Margets looking to final table. You heard her say it's a little warm. We've heard many players say that on the main stage.
My wrist.
I don't know if it's even... Is it possible to cool it down?
That I do not know. I know Liz, our stage manager, has some cold towels for some of the players.
Is that right?
Yeah, which is great.
I don't remember it years past being so warm. Is there a space heater under the table?
Maybe. Well, respect to Tony Gregg for rocking the vest. This one all Dunaway on the Jack 9-3.
Maksim.
Where are we headed?
To the big screen. To look at Braxton Dunaway's bio. From the great state of Texas. Won the Monster Stack Bracelet event in 2023 for more than $1 million.
Live tournament earnings 1.5, and nearly 1.2 of that came from a single event. And he's already guaranteed $450,000 today. Guy can pick a spot.
Yeah.
Hawaii, Miami.
Oops, sorry.
Swing it over to our secondary feature table. It's featured in Ozemok Open, a Yashan 3-bet, and Boyevich with the Kings 4-betting here to 5.5.
Oh, Boyevich just clicked it back. He did leave
for like 6-7 years.
a little room.
2017. You said you might move here. You're gonna play poker.
I guess again. Well, I started 2005 and then I stopped because I had a kid. I took that. It turned out that.
This is dangerous.
Yeah, they're like 19.
Does pass.
Does fall to
Your
about
turn for Kings?
10 million. He knew it.
Saved yourself.
Sorry?
Saved yourself.
No. But I think.
Dr. B up to 35 million.
Yeah, and that was clever
I mean, I could have just
by Sean too.
Yeah.
not put in.
Could have went all in pre with ace jack off over the open. Instead found the very small 3-bet and got away.
It's tough to find bluff.
No.
Mizrachi would have been all in.
Not with that, it's like for sure.
Yeah. Anything less than 40 bigs, we get ace jack. We're just all
We're
in.
in there.
Yeah.
Running into it today. Ace jack off. No, I was always folding. Yeah. Wanted to look him over for a second.
Padron has shot up to now 46 million.
I've been kind of side-eyeing this guy on our monitor we have in here.
Yeah.
He is in a lot of hands. Tons of pots.
Like 12.
Very much a recreational player, just out here
You can look there.
blasting off,
Love
really.
it.
You know,
Absolutely
it's
love
dangerous
it.
in the main
Yeah.
when you're.
Or there.
Sorry, brother.
You saw the 10s hand earlier.
You see Hendricks with ace queen on the button.
Wait, it's 1.6.
Oh, the 8-6 off.
Blackjack. He's the blackjack guy.
I'm at least seeing a flop,
Yeah,
Jeff.
just flick it in to connect.
We got 2 Alaskos.
Hendricks 63.1 million. Like he said, one of 2 Alaskans left.
Angelito, okay. Mamo.
Hendricks also spent time in Scotland and in Egypt growing up.
Yeah.
He's building quite the pyramid of chips, am I right?
Yeah.
Because Egypt.
No, I hear you.
Got it.
Yeah.
Nailed that one.
Yeah. Why What was it that led him to all of those destinations, locations as a child?
His dad worked in the oil and gas industry, so family had to move around a bunch.
Well, there you have it. You're not making that up,
No.
right? Okay. It's in the bio?
It
My
is.
bios, or do you have your own special
No,
ones?
our bios. The drone with queens. Oh my. Oh my. Ozemok squeezes 2 aces in the big blind.
The wise words of Nick Schulman. Heavens to Betsy.
Indeed. They're pretty deep too. Ozemok starting the hand with a little more than 40 bigs. How much? 6.5 million.
Padron starting the hand just shy of 60 bigs. Ozemok about 40. Seems like call is your best option, but you just don't know with Padron. He may send it.
Does just call. $14 million already in the middle.
Oh.
Comes Queen Jack 9.
Unreal.
Put this on where how Kerstetter should be.
Unreal. For the red aces, this is not the kind of texture you're looking for.
You got more people?
Young OZ here will check it. There's a world in which he may escape, but it's going to be very difficult to do so. He's only got 27 million behind with 14 million plus this bet out there.
And Padron will start getting some chips in. And a decent amount of them as well, more than half pot here on the flop.
And again, just a horrible board given the action. Sizable 3-bet pre out of the big blind. You get called. Love the check on the flop, of course, and now you're facing a half pot size bet. What are you hoping to get it in against? At worst, combination of maybe ace, queen, spade.
Yeah.
Right? And even that, you're, okay, well, not great.
I have to make it. I don't have a choice.
Which one?
There's the call.
Understandable.
Of course.
Maybe we can find a way out given texture on turn.
And that turn is the 8 of diamonds.
10s now get there. I'm not saying 10s would have bet the flop.
Right.
But it's at least a way. Maybe we can escape. Does go check, check.
River 6.
Padron also now fearful that top set may have been drawn out on.
$10 million.
Drone showcasing some nice awareness here. Betting 10 million. Can Muhamet get away?
I don't know what we beat.
Right.
I'm trying to find anything, and I can't. Ace, 10 of spades gets
spades.
maybe like
don't have the ace of spades in your hand.
King, queen of spades is never
no,
betting river.
Never.
Just too good to check back.
Very
on river,
narrow.
Never turning it into a bluff. Yeah, there's nothing. I don't think we beat anything.
Now, you said, noting earlier, Padron has been pretty active pre. Maybe opens up a couple more hands, a couple more of the ace-x spades.
Very nice.
Still very nice laydown from Muhamet.
All things considered, I think we may have lost the man.
I think so, too.
With aces.
Nice hand.
I mean, Queen Jack 9 blank blank would have gotten really dicey.
Oh, no, you'll see it.
I know.
Okay, thank you.
Padron up to 61. Who gets a banner up? Still a couple days to decide that.
I'll actually take a water or two when you come back. Oh, thank you. Rocket water. On me? Yeah. All right.
Now, he's been splashy, but not the 7-4 off. Not a part of the Rolodex. Okay, he does fold. I thought maybe Padron was about to turn into...
I was going to say, if he opens this one, then maybe you do call with the aces against him. If he's opened the 7-4 off.
10 shots too deep of Padron.
Blind versus blind. King 10 for Muhamet. And one of our shortest stacks in the big blind.
Effectively all in.
Queen 9.
Maybe closer than we think. As the one of the shorter stacks.
Still a few eliminations.
Shorter stack, yeah.
Before pay jump. Next pay jump doesn't come until 13 are left. 17 remaining now. That information perhaps makes the Queen 9 look a little better.
It's cuspy. Sorry, give me a minute.
Yeah,
Now, after that information, Ozmak knows there are some hands where the King 10 just crushes him. Like the King 9 or the King 8. King X suited.
I don't really even know if Ozmak would be thrilled with the call. He's probably fine if he picks it
Right,
up.
he just wants that little range of the King highs.
Yeah, you know.
You went crazy.
Cool, I got it in with King 10, and it's the best hand, but 64% edge.
Right, these kinds of things.
Right. He's going to call it off.
And here we go. Yashan all in and at risk. Little less than a 2-to-1 underdog with the Queen 9 against Ozmak's King 10. Goes to the rail, standing by his Mamsu.
I think it's the floor.
I think it's a good.
Both suits covered.
Hang in there, lad. You're surrounded by love.
Glimmer of hope.
One pair.
In his eyes.
Just one pair.
A 6-3.
Come on.
No help as of yet.
Spike it.
There is some help.
He found it.
In the form of a queen.
Hold.
Now just has to fade a king or a jack to stay alive in the main. Does do just that. Yashan up to almost 20 million.
Mom by his side, on his shoulder. It comes running, queens. Back in business. Just shy of 20 million. Is that a Vamos?
Looked like it,
I think
yes.
he dropped Vamos, yeah.
Been learning from the rails here.
He was on a big field. He was like facing,
What a thrill, what a rush. What a day it's been for Yashan. Had the Kings versus Lee's Aces earlier. Kings versus Queens.
where
held
it came
dramatically,
out,
yeah. So we look at his battle board presented by PokerGO, the brown grad. Used to compete in chess. He's gotten really into bouldering.
Bouldering?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's like an advanced rock climbing.
You don't have to do it. Until the end, you don't have to.
That's true, but
Well, to each their own.
card on my sleeve still.
Looks at bouldering as kind of a puzzle.
That's true.
Talking about your one time? I used mine.
You see that on the feature? I had jacks for the bases and called for it and got it on the floor.
There you go.
You used yours?
Yeah, I used mine when Will Kasuf and Kenny Hallaert were all in.
Oh.
I used to use my one time.
Hendricks used his one time when he wasn't even involved, just to see the elimination of Will Kasuf.
He sent it to Kenny Hallaert,
Yeah, sent it
that
to
King
Kenny.
5.
It's nice of him. Also nice of him to bring earplugs for the rest of the table.
I thought he was gonna go all in when had fucking jacks. When he had a big blind.
He's folding some crazy hands, man. It's funny that he goes crazy with 9 high just because it's his hand or whatever, and then he just like folds massive hands for no reason. He got bluffed a million times.
Third hand, the feature when it started today, I almost took out Mizrachi. 9.5, he had 11.7, and we got all in.
Sean Lipson, Correa opens with the ace-10, or raises, excuse me.
Yeah, sick.
Correa started playing poker 16 years ago after suffering a knee injury while playing football. Guessing that by football does not mean American football.
Oh, so soccer.
Soccer.
Yeah.
Soccer injury. Let
Which
him
is a
drop out.
sport, by the way.
Yes, yeah, never questioned
No,
that.
just to clarify. Yeah, well, no.
Just so I know for future reference.
2.5 after limping in with ace-5 off.
You saving yours? Okay, I'll make a note of that.
This is the.
Dangerous stack that he's working with, too. I know we just doubled up. Just below 25 bigs.
A buddy of mine told me to use it on stage, so I did. It worked.
Fine.
Clock on 2.
Clock's been called.
I'll count down the last 5.
I think he's genuinely torn between all 3 options. Just fold, call, or rip it. Maybe even 3-bet somehow.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna
glad
pass.
you didn't do anything fancy, because I'm not here to fold this. So.
Did he? I think he must have shown ace-10, right?
He certainly said he wasn't going anywhere. Ready to level up your game? Upgrade to PokerGo VIP. Get everything in the annual subscription, plus access to over 100 elite training videos from poker legends like Phil Galfond, Jason Kuhn, Dan Jungleman, Cates for a limited time. VIPs also score merch credit to the PokerGo shop. Don't just watch, learn, play, win with PokerGo VIP. Upgrade at PokerGo.com. Back to the main stage where Dunaway keeps chipping up, it appears. Jack 10-5 here as Mizrachi flops top pair.
Dunaway just shy of 90 million.
What's up, Barbara?
Gives him about a 25 million chip lead over Adam Hendricks.
Mike, you can say hello right now.
Grinder check calls. Turn 6. River ace.
$2.6.
Dunaway goes small, hoping to get paid off.
Like the river?
Genuine love it response.
I mean, I still have 2 pairs. Didn't do anything.
Did he say he had 2 pairs?
Scary. I won't raise you. Okay. You don't have to be worried about that.
Dunaway's definitely opening wide. We saw the 7-6 off exactly in this spot not so long ago. Could he have a hand like 7-8, 7-9 possible that Mizrachi beats? But Mizrachi has an 8 in his hand. Remove that. Does give him the payoff.
That moves Dunaway up to almost 95 million.
Thank you.
Mizrachi with 5 bracelets in the 2010s. Ruben and Osmus 5 each in this decade. Natalie Bodie is on the Michael Mizrachi rail.
Jared, I know that you've mentioned you're a mentor to Mizrachi. What exactly does that involve?
I just love being there for him, to support him. You know, Grinder is, without question, one of the greatest poker players that ever lived. But I feel like I'm supportive of him. I'm there for him. I help him really with the little things in life that matter a lot, deep in a poker tournament like this, playing for $10 million.
What did you guys talk about today before he came in?
Like small things, you know, chip stacks, pay jumps, you know, things that he's not paying attention to as much. A lot of it's his image, his awareness of the table. You know, the Grinder is so talented as a poker player. He's done so many great things in the game, but a lot of poker is about understanding the dynamic of the table and what you're playing at, and the players, and helping with that stuff. So it's very important for the Grinder, who's so talented. If he can figure out all the other things, he could go down as the greatest tournament player that ever lived.
Give me a sense just of how he was feeling today. I mean, he's so successful. You've mentioned it, 4 PPC wins. Is this just another day? Is he approaching this any differently?
I'll say this so the world can understand. The Grinder is more comfortable in these situations, in these moments, than anyone on the planet. You don't win the 50K PPC 4 times without getting there over and over. A lot of poker, when you get deep, is about experience and being comfortable. The Grinder's playing this 10K main event for $10 million, like he's playing a $500 nightly anywhere in any casino. And that's what makes him so great, is that when the pressure is on the Grinder, he gets the job done. He is that good in these moments.
Definitely been able to spin it up today. Thank you, Jared.
And I'll tell you this right now, right here. But the little things, I love that Les pointed out.
But after it
you know,
happened to
chip
me with
stacks,
him with the 5s, I'm like, you know what?
money jump. Yeah, and he's
Then you have
right.
12 bigs when you shove.
The analogy
When
that
you 4-flush me,
Grinder's
it's like
just
a 10.
treating this like the $100 nightly at the South Point. It's kind of his approach.
You guys will have to excuse Buzz. He's not too familiar with the nightly tournament economy. Not many nightly 500s going on.
A little too much.
But we got the point.
The greatest tournament player on the planet.
Sweet.
The greatest poker tournament in the world.
And I'm going to tell you this right now.
Oh, we love Buzz. Thank you, Natalie, for finding him. Thank you, Buzz, for taking some time.
Look at this. This is interesting, Jeff.
Enjoyed having Buzz as a part of our early main event coverage.
He was great.
Now you don't have a 25,000 sheet. Like you like, why? 1.6 is better.
I know for the 100 more you might.
I like Pisarenko. He's having a great time also.
Yeah.
Terrific player. You mentioned his talent in the mixed games. Won the 10K horse last year for about $400,000.
That one I don't gonna fold.
You what?
This hand I don't gonna fold.
Just nice card sense, fundamentally sound.
Flop's the open ender. It's a wheel draw for Mizrachi.
Ace of hearts for Mizrachi as well.
Bet 1.5.
Sorry, Maksim, I have to bet this hand.
What do you say?
One of my better hands.
Your better hand?
Pisarenko might be thinking raise. No, call.
Looks in the call.
It's going here anyways.
Turn queen.
Kind of an annoying check. He might be expecting a lot of bets here where he cannot realize by the river to make a straight. Even the ace gets a little tricky. We're obviously not folding if we make the wheel, but Grinder could certainly have Jack 10 if the second shell is incoming. It's great texture, again, for Mizrachi to want to continue with just ace high, and he looks like he's doing just that.
That's 4 million.
It's 4 million.
Very effective. If Pisarenko had a 4, you can't really continue. See, flipping the script here. Maybe he doesn't really want to call, and he's counting out how much he has depth-wise remaining in his stack. If he would even have room to put in a raise. A little too shallow, I think. And up against the Grinder, who again thinks we're inside the South Point.
I'm watching your face over there, see? Tell us.
Just lay it down. Grinder back up to about 44.
More like nice bet, not nice hand.
Yes. I think if I raise, maybe you fold.
Huh?
If I raise, you fold.
Yeah, you said it. He was thinking about it.
Do you raise? I'm all in.
You what?
I'm all in.
I kind of believe him.
Yeah.
I think you say you out.
Be the last to doubt that.
I have to go on that 4 outs.
4
No, more. 7 outs.
But tell me, it's better to 7-3.
I have a 4 deuce.
You have a 7-3 hearts. 7-3 hearts.
I had ace hearts, man.
Call for drinks, please.
I'm gonna feel better if ace coming to turn.
Ace? Or why? You feel better?
I feel better if you hit ace.
Are we getting closer and closer to the night shift?
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of this level.
I mean, I'm just getting antsy. I want to, I want to get back and.
You want to go home?
Hop on the couch. Yeah, I want to watch, enjoy, and watch the other fellas get in here and do their thing. Swing it out. We got action over here on table B.
Where Correa opened. Was 3-bet with the 5-4 suited.
Was he?
Guerra rips it in with the ace-queen.
I will fold.
Correa's out.
Next one.
It's really Nice recognition.
Say 13-6.
Timely to be able to pull the trigger for Guerra, who I assume this was quite an annoying spot, but did it anyway. Was not the type to 3-bet wide out of line. We can see that is exactly the case. There's no chance Waz is calling with 5 high, right? And just, he's soaking up a little camera time right now.
I feel like Guerra's just been around this 20 big blind range since late last night. Just continues to survive.
He's been really, you nailed it. I mean, doing whatever it takes to survive. Nothing has been easy. Waz isn't really considering, right? I mean, we're kind of hamming it up.
I mean, I think we are, but it'd be awesome.
He stepped in it.
Yeah, okay, there he goes. Yeah, he stepped in it.
Guerra will take that all day with the ace-queen.
You know, valiant effort, by the way, for Waz, mixing it up. I didn't really see the 3-bets coming very often with the suited connectors from Waz. Strikes me as more of the just call guy.
The short stack on the blind.
You'll see later.
I was really close to fold too.
What you rather?
Huh? 8 jack.
Can't even keep a straight face.
I mean,
I fold because
I
of him.
yeah?
I fold because of him, not because of you.
Okay. I am for betting and he 3-betting you.
Yeah.
You call it because him?
Yeah. I play with him many hours.
So probably it was bad shot then.
Yeah.
To your point, Correa is saying, I was much more worried about Waz than Guerra.
Right.
Yeah. Same hand.
Waz is aware of his image.
Yeah, he knows.
He was trying
He's
to
picked
just
up on
pick
this.
his spot, and he felt good about it. And Correa's been, you know,
I saw a 5.
running the yap over there, pretty active.
I was hoping it was that move, you know. I was like praying.
Once the action was on him and he didn't put the chips, you were
Yeah, I
feeling
was
good.
like, oh, okay, we're good.
Didn't want the snap call.
Nice hand, nice hand.
The drone 3-betting with the 9s.
You?
No, it's queen.
And Lee looks down at 2 kings.
I played with him 10 hours yesterday. Never made a move.
He says a little prayer and then rips it in there.
17 of him in a
Just the
big ICM and he made a move. So what can I do?
How much is it?
Padron, I think hand is too good. Got a call with 9s. Gonna see the bad news.
He's in the mood for moves.
Be shocked if he laid it down.
Did some moves on me earlier too.
15 bigs.
I call.
There's the call. Here we go.
One opens, one 3-betted. And I shuffle in. He folds.
Dahyung Lee out of South Korea. In great shape with the kings against the 9s.
I always see a good
Except for aces versus kings earlier in the day, it's been a pretty rough overall day for Lee. But is in another fantastic spot.
We're not coming here to fold queen reflected. 15 minus.
Ace, king, 5. That's about as good as it gets.
You can hit running 9s, right?
You can, yes, it is a possibility.
This would be dirty.
Not with 2 tables left, okay. There's one for Lee, who becomes much more comfortable once again.
No sweat.
No, I had to call 9 more, and there was like 20. That's half my stack at that point. No, the announcers won't like that fold, but it's like I'm also saving the 20 million. Or I'm still at.
Well, the pace of play has been fantastic. I wonder what's changed.
You know, people just aren't nearly as nervous, and yeah.
I don't think it's just because of one elimination yesterday.
Tells how many hands we play.
We played that many hands?
Probably since the start of the day, maybe. But at least that we're equal in
They were talking about it too.
Not one table is
About
low.
75 hands for both tables.
Start of the day.
Start of the day, that makes sense, yeah.
Did start the day with 3
But
tables.
the stat is kind of irrelevant.
I mean, the pace has been really good.
Tables have then,
This
like,
table, at
switched
least.
up. There's like different lineups.
Start of the day.
Yeah, yeah.
beginning of the day, so.
Yeah.
Looking
Oh,
at the
so-
stats
yeah.
yesterday, depending on, you know, who specifically was at a feature, averaged about 13 hands every 4 hours.
Yeah, someone had messaged me saying that the other day when Kasuf was at one of the feature tables, like his table had played only like half the hands.
Makes
of the
sense.
two feature tables, so that's brutal.
I was so lucky I didn't play a single hand with him.
I never played a hand with him.
I was
either.
thinking about that.
running-
Me too, yeah.
No?
Not
I mean,
once.
your well-being comes intact compared to the guys that
Yeah.
were sharing.
I had
I
him
don't know, are
yesterday and at that
They
table.
told me
Wow.
Oh,
I know Dunaway's chip leader, Mizrachi doing great, Kenny, but
I don't know the whole story.
Tony Gregg may be the only person left in the main who didn't have to play with Kasuf this entire event.
But he had
I was at the table when he
Margets.
had the 9 high like a boss thing.
Oh, yeah.
But he is way worse now.
He's worse now.
They're running better than anyone.
Yeah, run good comes in
We
many
had him
different
playing 16
forms.
As well. Yeah, we also then both had the deep run. And
I have some friends that also.
it's just a.
Yeah.
I kind of feel
Like,
bad
it's
for
just
him,
a
there's clearly
bad human.
Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry
got
to
the
say.
competitive edge, yeah.
Raise 1.7.
Margets, ace jack on the button. About 30 bigs. Three bet to 4 million.
Yeah, the hair. Yeah, I know he's out of line. I could tell he was bluffing that one, and I'm getting a little better feel on him. I think it's finally big enough that he cares a little bit. He's giving a little bit away. He's still obviously.
Be surprised if Pisarenko continued with ace-9 off against Margets. Can't call. It's either
Wow.
put in the 4-bet.
Click it back?
Yeah, maybe small 4-bet or fold. This would be heroic if he actually does it. It could work, but again, would have to put in, you know, 8.5, 9 million, something like that, depending on the sizing of his. Started the hand with 23 million and change.
Just doesn't want to give it up.
He doesn't believe her. Now he does.
Until now. Round of applause for Margets.
Why not try? Ace Jack, Ace Jack. Jack 9. Jack 9.
Ace Jack of 9.
Starting to feel the buzz, just like we felt last year. Kristen Foxen finished in 13th. By the way, shout out to our friend Maria Ho, last woman standing 3 times.
That's the record, right?
Yeah.
No.
Of course, we miss her here at the World Series. We'll see her at the next one.
Right, Michael?
I agree.
I can bet right now $500 is not Jack.
It's not Jack Jack?
It's not Jack.
How much you wanna bet?
Rebluff. She professional.
Rebluff, yeah.
Professional.
Well done by Leo. As we know, it was not Jack Jack.
How much you wanna bet?
All in?
Oh, Gregg rips it in with the 4s over the Mizrachi Open.
Good luck, Tony.
Appreciate it.
Well, we know Grinder opens
true
kind of whatever he wants at any given moment, and Gregg being under the gun +1, we can fold out some better pairs.
Absolutely.
From calling, right? The 5s through 8s, 9s, maybe a little cuspy, but that's got to feel good for Gregg to find that spot and to get it through quickly.
What happened? Every time you go 17, everybody go crazy all in.
Merson wandering along the rail, sweating his buddy Tony Gregg.
16 before no
They
work,
go back
so
a ways.
17 no work as well, so 18 is fine. 18. 2.2. Yeah, that's fine. Good bluff, good bluff.
Next year, when we did run in the main event,
30.
I will bring you a box of our energy and focus.
42.
What box?
You remember the...
Swing it over to our secondary feature. Danny Ashan is all in. Jammed versus the Guerra Open. With 2 8s, Lautaro the ace-9 suited.
$18 bigs for Yashan. There it is. Didn't seem like enough of a hand to call.
You have to think you're no good.
True.
Good fold.
Well, you were flipping if it makes you feel any worse.
You fold like 4s? 6s.
You have Queen Jack.
Queen Jack.
Queen Jack.
Queens for Hendricks.
Better than an ace high.
Had a pair.
Oh, but
1.6.
Boyevich ace-9.
sounds 7s. Sounds 7s. Use 7s.
Close.
Pocket 7. 8.
It's
Defense. 6-4 deuce, all diamonds, no diamond for either player.
Weird spot. The Korean Open button. I don't think he's opening wide enough. He also 2.5x. I have ace-8 off in the dig. And like 20 effective.
Hendricks bets, Hendrick wins. Just a really smooth, easy day for Adam Hendricks. Second place right now as we look at his bio board, brought to you by PokerGO. Originally from Alaska, spent time in Egypt and Scotland growing up. The Virginia Tech Hokie, that's when he started to really get into poker. He's watched a ton of main event coverage over the years.
Is he #1 on the Alaskan all-time money list?
He is. Perry Green, second place finish in the 1981 main event, is up there. He's either 2 or 3. I think he's 3.
Who was it? Ralph Perry?
No, Perry Green.
Perry Green.
Yeah.
$17 behind.
How much?
17 million behind.
Was ace king.
No, but they turned it off.
Perry Green is second with 1.1 million. Just
Good. Back to the Alaskan money list. Is that where you've gone? All right.
Just about, well, 7 million behind.
I'm really frustrated with myself that I asked. Who's third?
Well, let's just go right back to the list. Andrew Rogers.
Sure. Wazzy. Ace king off in the big blind.
A little more than 20 bigs to start the hand. I'm a big Waz fan.
Of course. Gonna put in the 3-bet, doesn't jam.
Another move.
5 million total.
It's not just because he told me he's a fan of us. Not about us.
Right.
It's all about Waz.
Sure.
I saw not.
We mentioned a little bit earlier, the family has made the trip to Sweat Waz. Natalie Bodie has found herself on the Waz rail.
Here with John Wozniak's wife, Brandy. And Brandy, we talked about it. You flew out here yesterday, brought the kids. What was that conversation like when he said, hey, you might need to come out to Vegas?
Well, I actually told him I need to know how you're doing ahead of time because I was worried not having the proper the proper ID to fly because my passport had just expired. So I was like, we might need to get in the car, so we need some lead time to know. So when it all came down to it, we looked into it, and we got on a plane the first thing that we could, and we're so excited to be here.
What was the reaction from the kids? How'd you explain it to them?
Oh, they get it. They get it. We've had poker in our family as long as they've been around, and they actually all know how to play. We have family tournament nights, and they're ecstatic. They're here. They can't wait for the updates. When you see me turn my back from the rail, it's because I'm giving them, the status of what's going on. So they're all over it.
And John has told us this is the biggest moment of his career for sure. He's an amateur player, but have you gotten a sense from him of how he's handling the moment?
He's so even keel. He doesn't get up and down. He's riding the ride right now. This is a fantastic year that he's on. So I think this is, the dream. This is what you try to get to. And in the meantime, he just has fun playing.
Very well said. Good luck to him. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I love that. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Brandy.
I love to hear that I'm not the only one.
Give you a minute on this. The real ID thing.
Doesn't have a real ID. Yes. Yes. Myself,
what your Maksim
Brandy, and Barstool Mincy. We do not have real IDs.
27.
Okay, McGinney opens.
Ooh.
Mizrachi 3-bet.
Sizable out of the small blind. I like it.
It's not a minimum. I just
Thus
put the call
far.
that I'm putting a raise in.
And he's
Hopefully now we
comfortable,
get
just
final.
chatting.
But who cares? I don't care. We need to be enjoyed.
It's the most
I could put
important.
the first 1.6. I'm saying raise. And I put
like
my
totally.
raise in.
Since right here,
There's no ruling on that.
Come on.
but no, it's
A little confusion perhaps after the 3-bet.
No floor.
I believe floor's on the way.
No reason to call the floor. It's
Why floor?
the raise. Huh?
why.
I said.
I know.
I said raise, and I put my raise in after.
I just said that's why would we call the floor.
Yeah, you're allowed to do that, and then you put your raise in. Huh?
Here comes Ant.
Okay.
Hello. We had a raise to
Danielle
1.6.
explain.
Action was in the small blind. He announced raise and then said, I don't know how much yet.
I put the 1.6 in, and then I put my raise in.
And then acted
So
with his
regarding
raise.
that grinder, it's going to be a min raise only.
Really?
Once you put the chips in,
Oh, wow.
we can only constitute it for a min raise.
So it'll be 2.4.
How much would it be?
2.4.
2.4?
Yes.
Made it 2.4.
That changes everything.
So he said raise, that part's totally fine, but then he put out 1.6. And once he does that, it's immediately ruled a minimum re-raise, which is to 2.4.
Discount.
And the 8s are
thrilled to get
very
in there.
happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, those 8s were going to hit the muck.
And now just 6.4 million in the middle. It still does come king high.
I might have made more money by that way.
He might have.
He's right. He beat me to it. And Guinea was likely going to just throw 8s into the muck.
$3,300,000.
3.3.
Maybe these are the little things that Blez was talking about, you know, with the grinder.
Look at this.
Look at this.
Well, Danielle, a fantastic dealer here. Spotted that immediately. Got the correct ruling. There's the fold.
Huh? I think, how's that the right rule?
I guess they think that.
Huh?
Maybe they think you're doing that to see if you get a reaction of some sort.
really?
I don't know. That's the only
I just
thing
said raise. I put the,
Yeah, I
the
know.
call,
I
but
mean-
then I can put my raise in.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not about reaction. I already said raise.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I was just
Okay,
putting
this
my bet in
table
and I said
done.
raising. I didn't know how much I was raising.
Side table,
That's
not
what I said.
yet.
I don't think it was the right
Said
rule.
they think they changed it, like the rule.
They said they might have changed the rule. You could always do that. Never said that.
Changed a few rules yesterday.
Padron versus Hendricks to wrap up this level. So we see if Hendricks can make the call with ace high. He cannot. Padron gets one through.
We missed a lot of that,
Yeah.
but great sizing. It looked like he was begging for value. Padron.
About 60 million in chips. The same can be said for Adam Hendricks. With 17 players left at the World Series of Poker main event, Hendricks, Padron, and the rest of the field look up at Braxton Dunaway. Leaderboard presented by PokerStars. Dunaway with 90 million in chips. Our shortest stack, Joe Ozamak. Leo Margets could do it, could make that final table. When we come back, it's Ali Najad and the Poker Hall of Famer, Nick Schulman.
Yeah.
The NAPT is back this November, my babies.
This is going to be such an amazing event. Back in fabulous Las Vegas. I had such an amazing time at the NAPT last year. It was one of my favorite events.
Stay up to date through the PokerStars channels.
come play with us this November.
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
Be there.
You know, I don't know how long the batteries in the mic are rated to last, but, you know, for Will's sake, I certainly hope it's... I hope we didn't go with those kind of bootleg Kirkland signature deals there, you know, name brand.
Ladies for the grinder.
Being passed along by Mingini from a PokerGO. 9 1/4. Well, by the way, the added tickle to the min from Grinder here, which sets him up to play progressively larger pots down the way, which is something I think he really likes to indulge in.
I hear you on that, and he's going to be indulging in the 7.25 here. Huge one coming.
Yeah, right. After Mingini found queens and didn't get patronage from Leo Margets, who found a big fold, here he is running into them.
Grinder is queens again. He said.
Queens against ace jack.
Queens versus ace jack. Grinder.
Are you playing style before, right? Leo Margets, are you playing style before?
Well, that face says it all for the time being.
Yeah, I play with you.
I thought they were going to do one of those pre-all-in hugs or embrace, but Grinder just kind of sized him up and kept it moving.
Yeah, I don't think the hug is in play right about now. 32 left in the main.
The Grinder's good on all that.
And he's good with 71% versus 28 as we head to the flop. 15-5 in the middle. And he finds the ace, does Mingini.
Queen of hearts.
Now we go from hoping to get ahead to anxiously hoping to hold. The heart removes the queen of hearts, and now...
Can he dodge the one out?
Only a queen of diamonds.
Oh, he knows.
Come on.
10 seals it as Jared heads back to his seat.
You say it.
Yeah. I told you this was the dealer.
I lost every aces, kings, queens, the whole tournament. I didn't win one aces, kings, queens, nothing. Not one time.
Who wants
And I'm still in it.
when you can have H7?
The 100K. Grinder ace jack. And just rips it in there for almost 20 bigs.
I think I'm +1, just open.
Oh, and Waz has the ace queen suited.
Grinder just jamming it home.
It's 11.4.
Gets the count.
His hand might be just too good. Ace queen suited, you don't love it, but yeah, it's going in.
You're in there. Now Grinder has Waz covered.
9.5.
And here we go.
Slow squeeze by Dunaway.
Yeah. Ace jack
ace queen,
versus ace queen.
Ace queen suited, ace jack.
I haven't covered them by a little bit.
If the ace queen holds, Grinder would still have about 2 million.
About to play my blinds.
Yeah. Huh? I can't. I'm gonna go up here. I can't see.
Oh, it's close. Never folding that. I was shipping. Not enough. No, I'm it's 1.5 million a round.
Oh, what a spot here. Ace 10-3 with a couple diamonds. Doesn't really, I mean, Mizrachi has the jack of diamonds, but could also just get turned dead.
Jack of diamonds, so that's good.
Turn card is the 8. It's got to be a jack or Mizrachi's down to 2 million in chips. The river is another 8. Was doubles to start the day, and Mizrachi is now on the ropes.
Just, I don't understand. It didn't have to happen like that. Grinder, I guess, just coming out here to play long ball.
I'm not folding that pre-flop, huh? No shot.
You just woke up with a hand. How can you do it?
Before my blinds.
You were in the big blind?
No, before I was around to ship it. What am I do? I'm gonna raise.
You go to GTO Wizard, you just move it all in under the gun with.
I don't think
jack
that
off.
AI would have approved.
No, 24 left in the main, probably not.
Yeah, no, don't think you do that. Look at the Iceman, Adam Hendricks.
Is that a bowling shirt?
Yeah.
I'm good with it. I just haven't seen him wear that sort of style.
Thomas Schwartzberg. It's the shortest stack to enter the day.
And he's certainly going to be moving in with sixes. Uh-oh.
Joey Padron with 2 10s.
I have a big injury and I need to expand. Yeah, that's why I
I'll come over here then.
occupy more than I should.
Okay, I'll come over here then.
It's good? Yeah, thank you so much. I need to put my leg like this.
Yourself?
Padron, the warehouseman out of Alaska.
And the only thing that I'm not supposed to do is sit. So then, you know, I've been sitting fucking 17. Yeah, I won't complain.
Yeah, it's the worst.
I mean,
7 days.
I can get a new leg.
Good stand and play.
I'm starting
3-bet to 11 million.
15 minutes or so, which also I think it helps me.
Oh, Richard Freitas with ace king.
11.
This is really nasty. Padron could have elected to just call the 5.4. Instead, he clicked it back. And if Freitas just rips it in with ace king, Padron will have a huge decision to make for his tournament. This is sick. This
There's
is
the
really
jam.
sick.
Could work out really well for Tomas.
That's a great point. Can fold out a better pair. He might fold the 2 10s. I'm certainly sick to my stomach if I have 2 10s here in Padron's seat. It's never pocket 9s, pocket 8s. It's always going to be jacks, queens plus, ace king, as we can see.
If he does make the call, we're going to play the biggest pot of the tournament.
29-1. They got me covered. Oh, that's okay.
Well, Freitas loves avoiding the snap call.
Understandable. Massive tank. You're just hoping
hard. Yeah.
You're hoping and praying it's ace king.
Right.
If you make the call.
There's the fold.
All right, so heads up, 1 all in.
Freitas will win that extra 5.6 million.
And you said it too. What a perfect scenario for Schwarzberg, getting 10s out. And now it's a coin flip.
Could triple up.
Lo hizo foldear Jotas al otro.
The only sad thing is that it's always
17.1 in the middle.
4 aces.
The 5.4 is in the middle.
Yeah, she took 5.4.
Schwarzberg finished 30th last year in the main. Queen 7-7. We'll add some outs for Freitas. Turn 3 is queen for Tomas. 9 outs would result in his elimination. Ace, king, or queen. The river is an 8. And there's the triple up for Schwarzberg.
The rail's going bananas.
Remember, Freitas didn't lose anything on that one because he profited from the Padron 3-bet.
Now, I thought I saw pictures, video of him actually having late night cocktails at like 3 a.m.
Yeah, so I guess just out of the tournament area.
He's not allowed in here.
Right.
But the other parts of the hotel. Which is understandable, by the way, that he's got 300 dimes on him. You know, go hit the pits.
You think he dusted it off?
At least half.
Ace, Jack, 9, 1 diamonds. Hendricks 3-bet this one pre. Padron raised under the gun and called the 3-bet. Aces this, there's Cat on the Hendricks rail.
We must have also, did we miss a spot Padron dragged a decent one? Because remember, he was down to below 20. This guy's not afraid to put chips in the middle. Hard to fault him with 10-9 suited, but in the thick of it here.
Okay, we'll keep track there, but over on the main stage, Michael Mizrachi all in and at risk. Dunaway opened here with the 2-5s. Mizrachi jammed with the king-jack. Dunaway does make the call.
Just a couple of good old boys gambling.
I knew it 2 paints. I saw the king.
Could Grinder get back to about 16 million? It won't be easy as it comes 9-7-4. Couple diamonds, king of diamonds in hand for the Grinder.
10 of diamonds.
Yeah, the
3
the
clubs.
hard way again, maybe.
9 of diamonds also.
A lot of fun turn cards.
Diamond.
And that is one of them as the 3 of diamonds rolls off.
14 outs, a couple of those outs removed. Here we go for the Grinder.
King, jack, or diamond. To stay alive. Yes! The Grinder is back.
Oh, boy.
That's the way I want to win it. Nothing bad could happen from here.
I got a feeling he's just going to keep shooting in the middle.
The eruption from the rail.
Yeah. Think he's a fan favorite?
No question about it. And he's got more than what he started the day with.
Never a doubt. Just,
I'm going to admit, I doubt it.
Maybe the next time we get dealt series of poker. I don't even know if he played a full score. Oh, my God.
Oh, Yashan opens with the kings, and it's Lee with 2 aces. As cold as it gets on day 8 of the main.
This is filthy. Absolutely filthy.
3.3.
Up to 3.3. Don't do it, Grinder.
I don't suspect he will, but for Yashan, I of course feel bad for him. His mother's also in the stands. This is a really gruesome one.
Lee started the hand with about 35 bigs. Closer to 30.
Yashan does cover, which is great, but
Sorry. Can you call cocktails, please?
the money's going in. Unless he can find a king, you know, this young guy, he's going to be devastated.
No one came in 1 hour.
It was actually. Somebody came.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm a little bit curious what the path is for the 2 kings. Might be thinking click to something like 7. Can we induce, get it in? Could just be the pure.
No, just going to rip it in there.
Yeah,
he'll see the bad news.
Look at Lee. There it is, yeah.
Kings versus aces. More than 41 million in the middle.
Aces versus kings. Pretty even stat.
I had a big ace, too.
Just now?
If Yashan gets lucky here, it's one of the top stacks in the room.
Move ball.
Yeah, easy.
Oh, yeah, you gotta avoid
When you're
it.
sitting there going,
Wow. Aces, kings.
2 and 7.
Danny has king.
Yeah, it could go bad.
7-4 deuce.
Yeah.
This is crazy, bro.
It's only going to be a king that helps Danny Yashan.
No, I have a club.
It's not supposed to happen this late.
Spade, no good. King of spades. One time?
He doesn't have flush.
Good time to use the one time.
King of spades. He was
Doesn't come on the turn. If it's not there on the river, Lee scores the massive double.
King of spades, he was asking.
Oh, it's a king of spades.
Oh, I didn't hear what he said. I thought he said so sick. I was like, does he know that he doesn't have spades? In a way, like if these hands happen this deep, like that
River
should be
card is an 8.
I wish I had a spade. What did I have? Ace 10. Did I have ace of spades? Oh my God. I don't remember if I had ace of spades.
What a feeling that's got to be for Dayoung Lee out of South Korea.
There might not be a better feeling.
Back to our secondary feature, where Margets sits and is in the small blind with the ace deuce. She's out of the way. Tomas defends against the Hendricks Open.
The party rolls on. 8th day of 2025 World Series of Poker main event coverage coming your way here at Horseshoe Las Vegas. The Grinder doubling up. What a roller coaster ride for him.
How's that the right rule?
All the emotions being worn on his sleeve, on his face, on his rail. And for good reason, as he plays for $10 million, already having won the PPC this year. Ali Najad, Nick Schulman in the booth, Natalie Bodie working the sidelines as we've worked our way from the 24 that began today down to 17, $450,000. The current payout, as we give you a glimpse at what remains, brought to you by GTO Wizard. 13 and 12, 560, that's 110K ladder. Still a few bust outs between now and then. Then we move up to the $750,000 before the official final table happens at 9. Level 37, $500,000 and $1 million, 2.5 per orbit. The price to play poker at present, Nick, and you've been soaking up the coverage up to this point. A lot has already happened while Jeff and Brent were in the booth, and a lot still will.
He seemed genuine, but we'll see.
You're right about that, my friend.
And it looks like Rich Spirit Veloso with the ace-queen will be the first to make some noise on the backside of this break. Min raising to 2 million. I know it's early and you're probably going to ask me to relax, but the unmistakable odor of somebody indulging themselves in some legal horticulture has permeated the booth, and I don't know where our intake is, but perhaps somebody can run out and tap someone on the shoulder before I really, really get aloft here.
You know, you're not wrong.
That's remarkable.
And I mean, it wasn't me.
No, at no point did I assume this. You're standing here with me.
Strongly entering the booth.
Perhaps Ryan, our assistant, can walk out and.
I don't. You know, it's interesting. We're in a truck in the parking lot as we see the grinder going for the button flat, the little suited connector, and for Pisarenko with the offsuit ace. You could have squeezing ideas here. Even just defending becomes quite uncomfortable with this particular hand, multi-way, but it is cut off button.
This is where a HEPA filter might be of some use. Is Pisarenko finding use for his ace-6, 3-betting to 8 million.
And you know, for Veloso, I think we're just all in for our 32 bigs. But of course, spots like this, 17 left, are very dicey and close. But with the inclusion of the grinder's 2 million, he's asking what he's playing. I do believe it will be going in.
Over there. It says the stacks right there. On the big TV.
You know, day 8, Veloso.
I don't have the angle. I was thinking.
Total, sorry.
Or perhaps it's Margets being directed toward the tournament clock monitor.
Yeah. Right.
You know, the ace-jack, we quite comfortably release. The ace-king, we comfortably get it in. The ace-queen, we can go either way, and we see the direction that Veloso's taking us in. Mizrachi's speculatory effort comes to a prompt end, and Pisarenko's aggressions do as well. Lovely start for the Portuguese national.
You know, he's been pretty steady for days now, Veloso.
I agree. Almeida, Portugal, hometown, but lives in Austria, where he has tremendous access to that poker think tank. Just 74,000 in career tournament earnings coming in across 11 cashes, 2 of which come in the World Series, both of which happened this
year. And
I gotta think he's got some reps online, because really he's played quite well for a while now. So, you know, sometimes the earnings are misleading, as we see Dunaway with the ace-queen.
Passed over by Veloso. Footnote on him, by the way, when asked, Sergio Veloso, that is, what his biggest strength at the table was, Nick, he replied, calmness, being methodical, not being too emotional, and very rational. Said his weakness would be being affected by bad energy at the table.
Strong. Very sort of honest self-assessment.
Yeah.
Mingini with the 7-6 off.
Big
See a
blind.
flop.
Defending. Braxton Dunaway finding trip aces. 7 for Mingini with that 6 of clubs is going to be modestly costly, one would imagine.
Well said.
1.5.
$1.5 million a man to bring us to the turn. Oh, now Mingini obviously hasn't improved his hand in terms of the aces up, but now another road.
It's a tough card for Mingini. Generally, these counterfeited 2 pairs don't go quietly. More outs against something like jacks through kings, or 8s or 9s for that matter, and we do a good job of unblocking draws and so on. 5.4 is a hefty size from Dunaway. Maybe that will be a deterrent, but we could certainly understand a continue from Mingini. And it's interesting also at depth. His hand is very vulnerable. If he's ahead now, you could see ideas of just taking a stand. Very hard spot that we don't envy for Mingini. He does go for the call, and as we can see, this is very dire.
Consider just 13.5 million back, 5.4 the commitment to look up at a dry 3 of spades, bluff catch territory here, and Dunaway snap jams on him. I think he's going to make a believer out of Jared Mingini.
I don't know, you know, all those properties of the counterfeited 2 pair still apply on this very dry 3 of spades river. I'm not sure what the ideas were prior as far as the proper way to play, so to speak, but I could see Hero calling this particular combo of aces and 7s. This is a very hard spot.
Can Jared remove 9s through kings in this line?
You know, the 5.4 when it gets snapped on the turn, maybe. I don't know about the kings and queens, but maybe, Ali.
That would be helpful, of course, given his current plight.
And the complications are further given how many chips Dunaway has. He can afford to run a 3-barrel bluff. Does get away, bravo, sir.
And we have a 9-figure stack in the main. Braxton Dunaway feasting on Mingini bucks. And let's get a look at the leaderboard, which shows Dunaway far and away at the top. Look at the runway between he and Adam Hendricks. Almost 40 million separating them. Joey Padron, by the way, on the day, working his way up to 3rd after being the caboose on this train toward the latter part of yesterday. Most recent elim, Perati. And Mingini now the shorty. As you see the bio on Dunaway, Midland, Texas man who works in the oil and gas industry, although, you know, that was kind of inferred. Either that or he coached high school football, I suppose. Those are the 2 options there. Father of 4, by the way. Respect. That's, I don't think it was quadruplets. Two sets of twins? Probably unlikely as well.
Although I don't know, you know, oil and gas, some weird, you know.
Yeah, I got Charlie.
Will also raise and take it there. You know, that face fur there, that's generally reserved for lumberjacks and
chips over there?
Siberian bear wrestlers, these sorts of characters. I confess I didn't expect it out of Rich Spirit, but here we are.
Too soon. 2 back doors.
You ever let it grow out all the way, Nick? Like just a full-on,
Please use the front door.
you know, Johnny Appleseed?
Well, yeah, you know.
Really?
I tend to kind of manage the mustache, though, because it creates some complications with the eating. But I've had some pretty big beards.
Like he had 2.6.
Wow. Like akin to what Sergio's rocking right now? I've known you a while. I've never seen this.
2 minutes. You've been here before.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been quite Rich Spirit level.
You know, I fly a lot, so I kind of got to take it easy with that stuff. Second glimpse at the boarding pass. Step this way, sir. I'm like, I'm late. You know, you're going to miss this particular voyage.
Sounds good. Fair enough.
Pisarenko embarking. Unclear. What's got his passport out? Queen 7 suited. Coming after the chip leader here, 8-8-6. Very relevant 7 of hearts for Dunaway with the range advantage. Knuckles over. Check back from Maksim. Backdoor spade draw arrives.
That's 2 million.
Dunaway really trying to put pressure on ace high and such. Goes for 2 into 5.5
and with no hesitation, mind you.
Yeah, it was a very brisk, and for Maksim, we know river bombs could be coming. We could have ideas of heroing it off. We don't know what he has. He should, in theory, have some overpairs as well in this line. One thing we do know almost for sure is he is ahead.
Spades say hello in jack form.
Pretty naked for Dunaway. Not a spade in sight.
Will he come off the throttle here? Or will this indecent exposure continue?
It's tricky. He went for a sort of small-ish size on the turn. Maybe if we had gone bigger on the turn, there would be more clarity for him. But now he does go for the check, and let's see. This one does seem to be going Pisarenko's way.
You hazard a guess here? Does it feel like an ace high? Spades? Where you got this, man?
All of that's possible. Ace high possible, spades possible. Even a king-king type hand is possible.
Just looking for some pot control against the big boss stack.
Pot control and deception and induction.
Oh, and a chocolatier emerges.
7.5.
The confection, 7.5 million. Are we going to get a scan here? Can we?
He did scan them, but sometimes we'll never know.
Into the ether, that one appears to have gone. No, ace-king, by the way, and betted on the end.
Interesting choice, really trying to pressure the 6.
I was going to ask for a setup.
Nicely done.
It's so crazy. I love it.
So that one diffused, ultimately. But it seems incendiary proceedings are upon us at table B, involving ace-8 and 2 queens. This is Dae-Hyung Lee, the covering stack, against Ozamok. Joe Ozamok to be exact.
A little bit hairy for Ozamok, but we're okay.
Overpair and the gutter. Clubs were working hard, no longer the case, and the 8 and the ace are all that we need to fade to stay alive for the Yinzer. Pittsburgh man, just 22 years of age, and go ahead and find yourself a double here. As you see the Adam's apple just taking a dip.
You know, there was
down
a
and
little
up.
gulp. And why not?
Duquesne University finance major and cryptocurrency investor. Even the most exciting rips in crypto probably can't match the adrenaline making it down to day 8 of the main event can for this young man. First career World Series of Poker cash coming earlier this year in the Millie Maker. Started playing poker with his friends in college.
7.7. Yeah. We're good? Good. 5, 6, 7.7. 20 seconds. Yeah. Thank you.
Likes to swing the sticks too. Does Ozamok, by the way, Nick, as like yourself, a fan of the golf? And of course, you've been watching our main event coverage. You're a fan of not only this man here, Adam Hendricks, but Natalie Bodie as well, who connected prior to play here today.
Adam, I've got to ask you, if you will, walk me through this outfit.
Yeah, I got Elvis because I lost to Last Longer in the tag team event. It was 2 other people, and I was all in for the chip lead, like 60 left, and I 98% favorite, and I busted, and then I realized I lost the tournament, and then I had to dress as Elvis for the main. So here I am.
What's been the most interesting comment you've gotten about this get up today?
Well, usually some of my friends, I like play a joke on them, I'll walk by, and they'll double take. They're like, why is this guy looking at me? Because it's Vegas, there's a lot of Elvis impersonators around. So I also found it funny when I was just walking from the garage, like nobody really minded the Elvis outfit because you see it on the strip every day.
So maybe a little bit more.
So obviously that wasn't earlier today, but rather day 1A. And I got to tell you, as this one's drawn on, I've really grown to appreciate Adam Hendricks, the way he deals with himself, his procedures, the way he handled Kasuf. His tweets were hilarious. He actually wrote, Will Kasuf has done the unthinkable and made day 86 of the main event.
Yeah, very impressive to make day 86.
Yeah, very much so. As you got a glimpse at Hendricks' bio. 8 million plus in career tournament earnings for the 32-year-old. Lives in Arlington now by way of Anchorage, Alaska. Went to Vatech, where he studied economics and statistics. That's a man putting his degree to use. And also, Nick, if you point out the gentleman in the Elvis getup on day 1A, then you offer me a pass line or a don't pass line sort of bet for will this gentleman make day 8? I'm heavily on the don't.
Same thing with a king crab.
Generally speaking.
I think that's safe, Ali. As you said, generally. That was nice, by the way, from Boyovich just there. We saw he had the Jack 10, fired the 8-7-5-4, cleared the ace Jack. 2 mil to go from Hendricks.
You know, each time I bring up Hendricks' Alaskan roots, I'm reminded of a legend of the game who you've played in bobbies with, Nick, who also has ties to Alaska. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Legend of the game. Ties to Alaska. Go on, Ali.
Eli Elezra. Way back in the day. Does this ring a bell?
It does kind of ring a bell. I know Ellie very well, but I'm sort of forgetting the Alaskan roots.
Very early on in his poker career, he was grinding some random games up in Alaska. Wouldn't necessarily place that on the man's resume, but I don't think Hendricks was but a protozoa when that was taking place.
Maybe a twinkle in Dad's eye, but nothing further.
Yeah.
Blue Moon.
It's probably 32 years ago, plus, I'm guessing.
I would think so.
Those 4. Where the Alaska flag is.
I've told you, if you're on the hunt for some good cash games, just hang out on the harbor when the boats come in with that king crab haul, and sure you'll find yourself a nice little spot.
Couple of ladies, Ali.
Yeah, Ozamok with a nice spot here, squeezing the pincers. You know, the other day I went up Spring Mountain, Nick, to one of these sort of live seafood places, and I ordered the crab, and grotesquely they brought it out on a cafeteria tray and introduced me to it before they took it back to the kitchen to end it, and I actually wanted to cancel the order. I was so mortified. It's like, I didn't want to meet. What do you want me to shake his claw? Just go throw some black bean sauce on this thing and bring it back. Why do I have to say hi? I mean, that's is this some sort of service?
Waz peeling out of the small. Yeah, I hear you on that, Ali.
I'm not a fan. I don't want to meet Nemo. Just grill him. 7-7 ace.
Also,
a couple
sometimes,
of spades.
you know, if you get the Kobe beef, they bring over the little hoof print and the name. It's really just mortifying. It's, you know, you want to kind of go vegan in that moment.
I agree. I've seen the snout print and a photo of mom and calf.
His name was Koji, and man.
I'm good. I cancel.
I went like a month ago.
And for Waz,
My sister had a baby, so.
let's see. Maybe we're just done.
My parents.
Shake of the head. It's okay, Waz. Can build back.
Yeah, those crabs. Also, finding the end of the road.
Christmas and summer. After World Series, I go for a few weeks or something.
Do you fish or?
Yeah.
Imagine at 22, Nick, I know you two were doing big things in poker at that age, but day 8 of the main was not among them. It takes quite a bit of poise to conduct yourself from this point forward. 10 million on the line, and you can sniff it from here.
Yeah, big time.
Guerra. 2 million.
And this is interesting for Ozamok. 4.5 to 5 bigs does spring to mind, and then just sort of decide if the unthinkable happens.
Well, it appears that Ozamok agrees with you. 4.8 million. 3 scoops. The hard 14 finds the bin. Back over to Guerra now. Under the gun opens do need to be treaded lightly upon. The occasional pushback for all you can eat can be the byproduct of the questions asked and then answered. Not this time, though. There he is, stringing a couple together. Studied finance and accounting. Again, we see people who are putting a degree to work.
The last longer promotion?
Graduated a couple of months ago.
Did you win? Or?
Nick, imagine his homies
really?
from college right now.
I heard about it on day 1.
Watching.
I was like, eh.
I won a while ago.
Viking Social Poker Club as well, I'm sure, where he started playing at 19.
Shout out Viking Social. I'm sure they're going nuts on the proverbial rail, Ali.
Wonder if they've got a little piece. Wouldn't surprise me.
Who knows, bro?
Someone came
Just
over
to give
the
him a
guy
sweat.
sitting next to me and Gave him a little flyer, was telling him about it.
Joe was saying that they're having a watch party for him right now.
That's really cool.
They ran a satellite to the main, so it's really become a family affair of sorts.
And I do believe Hendricks will be posing a question to Guerra.
Ace-9 in the small. That which motivates.
So
Queen
what's that,
deuce
like an extra 30K?
with the easy release.
50? Wow.
Thank you.
We're gonna flip it back over to the main stage now. Just 2 tables in play. Leo Margets in play with the ace-10 of clubs. Take it down. Last woman standing with 17 left. Deepest ever finish way back in the day. 5th, I believe it was. Barbara Enright. In a field of 200 and some odd, you know, just so, not to diminish, but very much a different story to make it down even top 17 out of almost 10,000.
Принес допинг?
Is that Scott Stewart just ready to go?
Scotty, baby.
On the rail? I mean, that's remarkable. I feel like I could fit my largest check-in luggage in his bladder.
Well, never one to not convey just an unthinkable image.
Have you ever been to the men's room and just kind of involuntarily observed a world record-setting sort of?
You know, Ali, it could potentially be a long night, so let's just kind of ease in, you know?
24.
You know what? You're right.
I appreciate that. Limp from Greg.
If you had to set a line on how long it would take from now until we get down to the final 9, based on stacks and personnel, do you have a sort of loose sense?
I kind of want to say 6.5 hours, but it's very hard to say. Pisarenko checks back.
Blind versus blind, Jack 10 ace deuce, top 2 for Mr. Gregg.
Like the choice from Tony quite a lot.
King on the turn, and now Pisarenko actually can find a queen for a winner.
And he also, of course, has that ace of spades and ahead of some of Tony's air. We could see that one seeing a river as we go to a potential all-in. Okay.
Keep it low.
Guerra.
Ace, king suited.
2 10s. Hendricks.
Had to be us.
With the party spoiler,
Had to be
ace,
between us.
king suited. Breath held for the Spaniard. Perhaps.
So a Vamo sort of start.
Yeah, 6-4 deuce, a little exhale, but not all the way. No club on board is helpful. Irrelevant is the lone club on the turn. Warding off the aces and kings with every ounce of energy is Lautaro Guerra. 34 million in the middle, and it's going to go his way.
Certainly is.
Be seated.
Indeed. Huge.
Husband to Samantha Abernathy, who's out there on the rail. Mom and dad to Luca Guerra Abernathy.
Probably wins.
Looks like it might have gone bet call on the turn, check, check, boat for Greg. Take it, sir.
If he bet, I'm all in.
No, if you bet, he folds for sure.
I'm gonna be lose my discipline.
Quick footnote on Guerra, by the way, is the notion that once he transitioned to Pot Limit Omaha, he never looked back.
And yet here he is down final 2 tables of the no limit.
And, you know, I said this the other day, when it comes to pot limit Omaha, we're talking about one of the very best players in the world. No room for interpretation.
No, that's what I'm asking. Spade is no good for me?
No good for me. Because I'm going to be suicide.
If you are going to look back, this is a good way to do it for Guerra.
I'm saying, spade no good. 10 is perfect card.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but I can tell you what, if you bet the river, I'm going to pay. If you bet small, I fold. If you're going to bet big, I call.
Oh, yeah?
It's enough? You're going to see. I have.
Dunaway slide in the 9-8 suited. 2 mil to go from Veloso.
Ace-9 versus Ace-8 here. Grinder pausing.
Well, he's double protected both cards with a chip.
Not like that.
I don't use. That's what I'm saying. I don't say. Especially with the 10 rivers. 10 is
4,900,000.
Ooh.
You bet like 8, 7 million.
4,900,000 from the grinder. Another 2.9 atop this cupcake. More than a sprinkle, not quite fully frosted. Speed bump in the form of King 8 suited here. From the small of Pisarenko. Doesn't feel as though. That said, you never know. You know, when the grinder has shown some of the hands he has.
We kind of know.
And so does he.
Oh, Mangini finding ace-queen off.
Who did? He did?
Okay, I'm all in.
Leo.
Wow.
Somebody boss, you say?
And the grinder will be committed.
What's the total?
I confess
I don't think it matters.
the speed with which he moved all in suggests that he knows that the grinder has committed himself, obviously, at the 6.6 price point with 4.9 in the middle. So
well, here we
no
go.
need to posture, and we are off to the races with the grinder dominated. His rail directly behind him here, quite invested.
I got ace king. Ace 8. Mike. It's a small one. Small pot.
Mangini's in turn also
6.6 each.
in there.
Him and he
I recall 1-8 was accounted for.
Ace 8 versus ace queen. He had the big blind, he had ace queen, the big blind. Come on.
To the flop we go.
Oh my God.
And it's queen high with 2 clubs. Mangini has this one drawing all but dead.
You're really sweating this one?
Lock it up.
Back in it, baby. Let's go.
Where are we going?
They said, let's go. Grinder said, where are we going? I hear you, brother. You know. You guys going somewhere? Or? All right.
Nice one. Seems like
I couldn't fold, sorry.
the short stacks.
I'm okay with the call.
Keep doubling, yeah. Over there,
yeah.
Well, this is exactly the kind of thing Mangini needs, as you see him briefly lowering the eyelids and centering himself. The gravity of the moment not lost on him.
Bad hand.
Want to see what that gravity looks like in numbers? Just get a look at the final table payout. 7 figures if you get to the official FT. $1 million minimum. And then $250,000 jumps to 8th and 7th. And we harp on about it each and every day and night as we get down deep. But 8 figures to the champ.
He was thinking you had ace 8 off.
And as I understand it, another $500,000 if you can get a buyer for the World Series of Poker main event bracelet, you know, If for somehow you get upside down in the machine in a real way.
Yeah, you know, I've heard this $500,000 number thrown around.
Was it Chris Angel,
bracelet.
I believe, came out and debuted the bracelet this year?
Not sure, but I've heard the $500,000 as we see Gregg with ace-10 suited. He knows Dunaway's getting after it.
As he should be.
Could see a small 3-bet, could see a flat as well.
Whatever the fuck happens.
Comes with the ladder.
When you said you had ace king, I knew you didn't have ace king. That's when I felt really good. Obviously, when you think you're like, how much? Fuck, I knew. But when you said that you had ace king, I was like, all right, we're in good shape.
And when it said, oh my God, on the flop.
Huh? Yeah. You didn't see? Did you see? Yeah, down the side.
Margets with the ace-9.
Had to make a little good TV and be like, who raised? This fucking guy?
I don't think just electing not to defend is out of the question.
We seek clear waters in which to swim.
No, we have Dunaway under the gun. And then, of course, the Gregg flat is very strong. This is really classy from Margets.
Likely a big part of how it is that she finds herself among the final 17 is exercising some discipline. Ace-4 deuce, all hearts. She's avoided the trouble that Gregg finds himself in. Top pair, 10 kicker against the queen high hearts. And the boss stack, which we anticipate is going to do this with near 100% of range.
I don't know about 100% of range, but it's coming in a lot.
Yeah, it just looks so strong.
And it's coming into the tune of 1.2 into 6.5. No escape available as it stands.
No, we'll see how bad this gets for Tony. The respite for him, of course, would be a heart on the turn. But no really going anywhere but call.
Yeah, ace yeah. Let's go, bro. That was dope. Did you guys hear me? I was like, who threw that? Like, that guy? I'm all in.
You know, this is interesting. It looks like he's cutting out raising chips, and this might very well pseudo sort of save him when Dunaway probably elects to just call here.
Is that the idea for Tony, by the way? I'm willing to invest 3.2 to give myself an out.
I think there might be some ideas like that. And also just his range is so condensed pre that he has a lot of very credible hands on this board.
Gregg, that is.
Gregg. We have to see how this shakes out because it's hard to say.
I presume you'd love to see a little bit of restraint here from Dunaway.
I would think we exercise some restraint and try to trap a hand like 8-8 with a heart, 9-9 with a heart, that sort of region, or just something kind of random. He does go for the call.
4 to a wheel on the turn. 5s are not supposed to be a part of the holdings.
Would have to imagine the plan for Gregg is to check this turn back.
Oh.
Well, forgive me.
Measuring out a lead here is Dunaway, and you know, befuddling are these sorts of responses to the flop raise if you're in Gregg's seat.
Well, we know he has something after calling the flop raise. So hands Tony beats are 2 Broadway cards offsuit, one of them being a heart, pairs with a heart. But if we're beat as Tony, we're drawing dead. Looks like he does get away.
Wow. Bravo, Tony Gregg. And for some time now, Nick, you've been alluding to the fact that he is one to watch, despite the long hiatus.
Thank you.
Well, if you want to make optimal decisions like the one you saw just there in high-pressure spots, GTO Wizard AI has you covered. Study any situation in any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for the critical moments at the table. Check it out now at gtowizard.com/PokerGo to get started for free and save 10% off your first purchase. Well, there are the headlines here on day 8. Runaway Dunaway. The grinder back from what seemed like flatline. And Margets still in.
By the way,
Queens versus
all in. Oh my.
Dae-Hyung Lee on the wrong side of this one. Guerra, by the way, just doubled, and now he looks to claim a pelt. And he's poised to do it on a 9-8 tray board.
I prefer to take time and take it.
Dire situation as it stands. The hearts work. Perhaps we work the low side of the straight draw. And there is the gutter on the turn. So add 7s to the relief. 6 outs, 5 of them actually available in a 40 million chip pot as the 46-year-old South Korean software engineer tries to wheel one in, and he does!
Haven't seen one of those in a little while.
Oh, miracle.
Viva Korea. My.
Guerra must be a bit breathless after that one.
How many times is that now?
You know, Lee said his expectations on the main event are none. He's just having fun. But I'll tell you what, he didn't expect that 7 on the end. All the optimism in the world can't possibly leave you anticipating something like that. On plans for the money, by the way, Nick, Lee says he'd like to donate some of it to help improve the poker environment of Korea, which is a bit complicated. Locals, you know, Korean nationals are not allowed to play in events in the casinos in Korea, barred from indulging. Hence traveling as far away as the States to get their fix.
Back to the reality. To the harsh reality.
Yeah, didn't last too long.
Finished 255th in a 3K no limit event earlier this summer. And while that might have been something he could have gotten excited about, it pales in comparison to what's on the horizon for him here in the main. Guerra, wounded. Ace-10 looking to cauterize. $2 million, the chosen coagulant.
See if Lee wants to put this newly found 40 mil to work.
Probably can scrape it off.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like sit here and.
I've been doing that the last 3 days.
Yeah, but then people.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I don't recall the whole run of things, Lee going with the Shinobi.
It's not like they're gonna know, like,
But for the last couple at least,
always scraping
he's sort of absconded the lower portion of the face.
What was the word you used? The Shinobi?
Shinobi?
Shinobi. What is that? Is that a?
It's an old school Sega video game involving ninjas.
Got it. Okay.
You know, I was working the Genesis streets. You know, I'm old. I mean, shit, I had an Atari 2600. Do you even know what that is?
Well, you know, I've heard of that. Waz defends.
Again, crabs. The Jack-6 is out of there, and 8-8-6 is the kind of board where Waz could stay interested.
Is he considering just leading straight away? It does check. I would imagine Guerra. Okay.
Surprised by the ace-10 check back?
No, not shocked.
Was looking over intently. Guerra just looking for showdown, it would seem. Bar improvements, which he does not obtain. Four-liner on board now. The sevens belong to Waz, as does this pot if Guerra knuckles back a third and final time, which he does. Trending in the wrong direction. Can't say the same for John, of course, the 50-year-old from North Port Angeles, Washington, actually. Now lives in North Bend, UW major. There's wifey, Brandy, who's made her way down here to Vegas. Unclear if the four kids, Kylie, Coleman, Jake, and Josie, are in tow. By trade, was an investment consultant, and he's worked his portfolio to great effect thus far here as we slip it back over
You had the queen, I had the deuce.
to the main stage.
Did they say that? No, London.
I was upset almost.
Halfway
Because they say I have a queen.
15 minutes, really?
I have a queen, right?
15 minutes?
Oh, I didn't
It's
know
fair
that.
to upset.
Yeah, because
I like
we started at 1.
Maybe queen.
I would keep
queen,
going.
Oh, yeah, to do it at the
Ten.
same
Start at
1 time. Yeah.
A lot of good hands.
What is it? Dinner breaks in 15 minutes. We started at 1 o'clock.
You can make a lot of good hands.
I know you got 7 pieces of jewelry, Nick. Have you ever
as many
played
good hands.
poker in one of your
upset.
World Series of Poker
I forgot about
bracelets
this.
like the grinder is?
I haven't, but I respect it.
You know, if I were to be so fortunate
Looks like
as to win a World Series of Poker bracelet, I would take it down to the nearest jewelry shop and actually add links so that I could wear it around my neck
You do as well, no?
prominently.
Ah,
And if I had 7 of them, I would likely make a daisy chain out of them and also wear it around my neck. But just letting them collect dust is what I certainly would not do. I would actually Miyagi right around my head with the bracelet if possible, you know. Let the world know.
Yeah, well, you just sort of did.
You got to play to win, though, you know. And I'm content to be in here in the less economically hazardous waters of the booth. At times, physically hazardous.
No,
of course.
note this woman just getting her makeup done on the rail.
Does that?
All of these beers, salud.
Was there really a makeover taking
There
place?
was a, you know.
Yeah, 18 points.
Well, you know, the cameras are on, so you want to put a good face forward, I suppose.
Still alive.
Huh?
We are still alive.
Yeah. I agree with that.
See the back row occupied.
First card, last hand. Queen.
There's no bad seats,
Before
though.
it's hard, now it's...
I had ace queen again.
You what?
I had ace queen.
Maybe we should install luxury boxes.
Ace queen?
That'd be something. Bottle service like at the Raiders at Allegiant. You know how they have that Winfield Club kind of thing? I mean, I'm sure Scott Stewart would run up a tab if I had to guess.
Let's fucking go,
We'll
boys.
take the full keg of Bud Light. Sir, we don't sell by the keg.
It's a good idea, Ali.
I got a lot of ideas. They're not usually good, but ideas nevertheless. Here's Hallaert with an idea on the button. Seems good. 2.2 with the ace-10. Might Veloso become a patron? King-10 offsuit, reaching for tokens.
All right. None of us really know how this will go, but probably the grinder calls.
Jack-3 of spades and a lack of fear of playing pots with all parts. He enters.
As we've said many times at this juncture, multi-way pots are rare, and the grinder with bottom two, Veloso top pair, Hallaert a draw to the nuts.
Uh-oh. Mike just leads right into the razor.
And you know, it's kind of cool from Mike. This is not conventional, but he knows some pot control can be employed with everybody having a similar stack size, and he is simply juicing it up with a very logical hand to do so with.
Not exactly mid-Katrina New Orleans, but it is a wet board.
You know, I'm just... Let's just not encourage him. I'll do my part.
It's been long enough. Maybe not for those that are still awaiting an insurance reimbursement, but
you gotta just take a breath, pal. I know you're excited, but please. And for Veloso, in the face of this,
Apparently you're not allowed to use your phone on the rail.
Oh, I said I have no idea.
Yeah.
That's probably a good idea.
see a turn. Can the grinder find a brick? There's a lot of scary turns for this hand.
Veloso, by the way, kept a little bit in check by Hallaert's continue, and now the third heart rolls off. He has the king and the only flush draw. Checks it once more. Mizrachi can't necessarily love his hand when both parties call, as the suited combos do loom.
We actually didn't name him for the first 4 or 5
Unblocked by his 2 spades. Tricky spot?
He still feels pretty good, and he can have a variety of flushes. The king is very possible, and all of the ace-10 and in-between type hands are possible. For Veloso,
I was thinking the same thing. Apollo Creed.
he's certainly not folding. We would imagine he just goes for call.
Eight of clubs.
Does keep it clean on the river. 21.6 sitting out there. It's like he snap checks it back, and that's a winner, Ali.
You shocked that he didn't go for value on a card like that?
I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't take a moment, but he had his mind made up on the turn.
I think he just advised I didn't think you would call on the river, which for me, the turn barrel was tougher than the river one.
The king of hearts.
Well, on the turn, if Veloso had 2 pair or even some flushes, he might go for the trap. So it's kind of understandable to knock Hallaert out.
Sometimes
Cheeky line from the grinder, though.
Take the passive route for your emotional well-being.
Up swinging to almost 50 million now after having 3 big blinds. Cannot overstate just how improbable that sort of swing is. But I was having a conversation before I came into the booth today regarding the grinder being among the types of players who you'll observe that in more than others due to the fact that he will show you that he's going to be playing all sorts of holdings, and you're kind of forced into giving him action.
Your mother is not happy about seeing you in the
Definitely,
field with
Ali.
Dunaway.
Pocket
eights.
Bad cap,
Raising it up.
And a white is
Grinder.
White shirts always stain.
Likely to sit this one out with the king 4? Not quite
my
yet.
old shorts, I only one of them because another one cleaning already. So
There it is.
I take that one, but I don't like white. Use it. If you drop something,
You can get very dirty when you wear black.
That's okay. I don't care.
Take it down, be done.
You still look good.
Thank you.
You look good.
Look good to me after 8 days.
Thanks, bud.
It's hard to look good after 8 days. Straight up play.
Yeah.
I think the lights help us looking better than we do.
What day do you play day 1?
B. So
You?
D.
Huh?
D.
D.
We play same day.
Wow, that is.
I just
I was played D as well.
I came into town that day. I wasn't here before.
Because I cannot
flew in
play
that morning.
1A.
I flew in the night before too. Yeah. I saw a statistic. I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but it was like the final 9, 7 out of the 9.
I'm thinking about
D,
it.
and I was just like,
Well, there is
But I
really,
know, like,
Everybody
it was
D?
close.
7 out of 9.
yeah, but it's
I think
also half of the field, no? Or like, it's so many.
scared.
On the
I
last
think
day,
it's
like,
exactly the same amount.
Yeah, and it is just.
You
the-
feel like a
the
lot of
most
this table talk is the product of looking for a release for nervous energy or genuinely being relaxed for those partaking.
I'm very happy.
Maybe a little
I
bit
got
of
to
both.
get some rest
Some sort of
before
joint camaraderie as well. They've been playing together for a while.
I was playing 10K game, that's why I cannot play the
Band of
8.
brothers, sort of foxhole.
I don't know if I would go that far, but
I mean, one day more.
Which
there's
day
a
you
respect
play the
there.
main? Which day one?
King Jack
What?
See? The
respectably takes it to 2 million.
You were C also? Yeah, I see. I think day one B, maybe?
I think because
That was so long ago.
I love you.
I have no idea.
You were chip leader.
But I came in.
Pisarenko,
I came in at
queen 4
o'clock.
offsuit.
Came in like level 2-ish.
After you,
Yeah, chip leader. Yeah, day 1B. It was day 1B.
Not the most
After
exciting
leader,
kit.
Day 1B.
I think it's probable because it sounds.
And I didn't have one.
So we'll swing it over to table B, where some excitement, I'm told, is developing. An all-in and a call. Looks like Hendricks has chips in the middle. He's going to give the queen jack of Guerra a spin. Small versus big. It was
Looks like just a rip from Hendricks. It all
Yeah.
makes sense.
rip and call. By the way, Guerra thrilled with this reveal. 8-8-5, queen jack hanging on.
No sweat this time.
No 6?
No, put the queen there over there.
I think 6 is the fun part.
22 million chip pot.
And then it's be fair. 6 and a deuce.
Can that little 7 dangler get put to work? No.
King or ace? Which do you prefer?
Hendricks pointing out the prospects of a chop. Now pulling back.
That is a mistake.
And the queen high is a winner.
Vamos.
The Guerra rail is real.
No doubt.
It had some width to it, you know. You saw on the left and the right coverage on Vamos and applause.
My lucky guy.
Yeah, man.
Under hometown, Guerra lists Montevideo, Uruguay, as well as Spain.
Sorry, what was that, Ali?
Montevideo, Uruguay.
Yipes, I had a hard time with your accent there. Beautiful, though. Wow.
There's some poker that gets played down in Uruguay, by the way, a casino in Punta del Este. Believe there was a WPT once upon a time that was held down there as Dunaway holds 2.2 million and drops it off, courtesy of ace-5, but we pull back on the yoke as Veloso ascends to 6 million even. This one doesn't feel like it has the sort of durability that we would want to play out of position with, does it?
No, I would think we're either 4-bet or fold, and for the most part, if not always, just fold.
So when you have 20.
Dunaway concurs. Sergio snacking.
It's gonna be break after December. Did they announce this or? Leo knows for some reason.
Yeah, are we sure that there's a break in 1 minute?
I'm supposed to be. They told us, but.
But they didn't tell us.
I know until I know
that's
it's
true.
to me.
Maybe they.
Is there a break, Floor?
I believe there is a dinner break.
Yes,
there a
there is a
break?
break. Yes. They just came in on my ear, yeah.
Oh, it's a dinner break, 75 minutes? Right now?
In 1 minute, yeah.
Okay. Last 10.
These guys are locked in, man. They don't know if there's a break. They don't know what's going on.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Just a sea of hands, Ollie. 10 mil up top.
Listen, at this point, it's all a blur, isn't it?
It's got to be.
A fever dream of sorts.
A little bit. I mean, you know, the fatigue and just the energy required every day has to be so real.
Veloso trying to string a couple together this time. He's the opener with this king nine of spades.
And you know, some of this from Mizrachi, the kind of posturing pre, it's all part of the song and dance. We saw it was Queen Duck, but still he kind of folds in a way where he doesn't want to fold. He always reminds you that he's there.
We're on dinner.
Just a free planting of the seed that suggests that you're not going to ever get through here without some discomfort. So Veloso will take that one down. Table A will head to their dinner break, but Table B still with one.
It's like a raise.
Yeah, this was Boyovic's king 10 of hearts that made it 2 million. Padron flatted. Ozimak climbed aboard and finds the best of what's around on a 9-6 deuce. Very clean flop. Top pair, top kicker with the backdoor hearts working. He and Boyovic have checked over. Though we are looking at Boyovic here, I believe the action is verifiably on Padron, and he has fired 1.5 million with no spade on board, just asking politely for this 7.5.
And for Ozimak, this is a touch close, whether to call or raise. Looks like he's gearing up for a raise, which seems quite nice.
And there it is.
We don't love that Boyovic could have something great being uncapped, but he does go for it. Boyovic is gone, and we would imagine Padron will do the same and enjoy his dinner, Ali.
Perhaps slightly less than he would have absent this 1.5 saying goodbye, but nevertheless 35 million when he comes back. A stack that can be worked for some time. Little smile there on Ozimak. Israel's loving it. And we hope you are too, as we're just getting started. Plenty of poker left to play, as we're going to have to work this field down to 9 from 17. Tournament summary brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly, and there's the way things shake up as you look at the PokerStars leaderboard. Dunaway up top, far and away. Hendricks now second. Down toward the bottom, young Daniel Yeshan. Neck and neck with Waz, Tony Gregg, Correa, Mingini, all sub 20. And you see those of the dearly departed who have already been sent to the pay desk. We're going to send you guys to the dinner break. We'll return at 9:30 Pacific time with the night shift. Don't miss it. Until then, we say goodbye, but stay very close. Day 8 rolls on.